But I appreciate everybody who tunes in for the co-working streams. We won't stream co-working on Monday because it's a holiday, which means extra golf time. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations. Gonna teach Are you jogging around the golf? I'll totally tune into you. It is the Friday before a holiday. If I encourage you, take a holiday, play some. Welcome to my stream, with knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Connected to channel Fix It. Fixerbot says.
New follower Ulrich RR. Less than 3. Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. T-4 minutes.
Miss Thief 2705 says. Hello friend. Translated from Spanish. Fixerbot says.
Stream about to start, 1 minute left.
Together we'll grow.
timing. Yeah, I was eating like lunch or something before. I didn't brush my teeth. So, and I had to see meal stream. Yeah. So today, I actually did suffering game dev because I realized it looks like it will be a dev stream. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a box in the middle, and this is our example. I already did this one, right? So that's already finished. We'll use it as an example because we need an example to an AD server to get info from, and this is a perfect example because the whole thing here. So first we find out from Bloodhound that we have generic all on this one, that this one has force change password on this one, that this one is a member of this group, which we could see easier too. Then we get the Emily, Alexander, and Emma passwords from, yeah, password safe here, file found using this share moderators group, permission on Benjamin. And there from Emily we can see has generic right on Ethan. So it's all Bloodhound, this one. And Ethan has these permissions, which are not visible here, right? Because maybe because I didn't put a little own on him here because we didn't have him at the point. But here we can see get changes all, and get changes in filtered set, right? So this means he can DC sync. And that's how we get the administrator hash and get this machine. So it is all Bloodhound all the way. And then my question is, how else can we find this information? Because, admit it,
Born Again says,
Bloodhound is not the most
nice.
quick thing, right? It's not the most quick thing to use. And
You're
maybe you
amazing,
have
keep it
to...
up.
Thank you. And maybe we need to, like... It's slow starting the GUI, it's web, it uses port 8080, and kinda the default values crashes with burp, and it's a lot of things that has to, you have to finicky them right. So I'm thinking, I want to do this without burp. And we Googled a bit, we asked ChatGPT for a bit of help, and it didn't get that far because it wasn't working, right? So I was Googling a bit, we were looking at source code for Impacket, and we were starting to check out Bloodhound source too. And what I did the other day, let's see if you can find it. I asked DeepSeek. Let's see if it pops it up. I asked DeepSeek the question too. And of course it answered wrong the first time, and we'll have to test its second script. And I'm actually going to ask it, because it came out with a full script, and that's not what I want, right? I just want what functionality in this library can we use to get the information that we want, right? So I said, these GitHub projects, I want to be able to access all data I can see in Bloodhound about a specific user, includes permission to DC sync and so on. And we know this is a specific special thingy that's harder to get. Also, I have it, I can do it easy in PowerShell. So actually, that's what I think we will start with. Asking ChatGPT, how can we use this account or this? What is actually it doing? Where did I possibly put these notes? Probably AD. I didn't have time to look this up, as I was making an image for the stream on YouTube. That's priority one. Nah, I kind of was thinking for all the Friday fun ones. So if you go to YouTube, it should pop up, I think. So, Now we have to click something probably. Yeah, this is what I was watching for 2 hours. So let's go to my channel. We'll definitely
Panda
see.
Town.
This is the image.
Redeem saw more. Did you finish sawing yesterday?
Yeah, I did. That's the image. This is what I was watching. Oh god, that's high. That's so loud. I'm dead. My ears died. So let's F5 this thing. There. I made this. I love the crazy eyes on that one. I was showing some component. It's actually on the same screenshot as this one, I think. No, it wasn't. I did two of those. Anyway. Having too much fun with images to actually grab all the notes. You didn't see that. That's crazy.
Redeem saw more.
No,
Did you?
it can't. It can't. Come on. I just wanna see the image. Can't I see the image by full screen? No, it can't. So trying to get some contrast over there. Let's find the notes. So it was something like experiment or something. Tools. Why am I checking tools? Basic analytics, communication, testing stuff. Maybe, yeah, experimenting. Here's the partial command working. I tried this one. So this works, and it's an example also. I want to know exactly what this PowerShell, let's say code, does. Please explain. So we usually do this with stuff that we haven't in detail on the programming and network packet level. That's what I want, right? It might not be able to do it, but I want to know exactly what does this command do, so I can replicate and do the same thing, but also over the network and not locally on the machine. Thinking longer for a better answer, okay? And we can skip it too. Never saw this before. Explaining partial code. Examining code and communication. Okay. Clarifying the AD module and provider. Yeah, I think we're getting a detailed answer. So what does this? Get changes in filtered set. GUID. This is a GUID for get changes in filtered set. And then we have the AD, the root thing there. And then we have, it actually calls it root distinguished name, access, where object, get ACL. It's just using get ACL, right? So we want to be able to do get ACL on an AD object. Breaking down AD module behavior. This is a record. I've never seen ChatGPT think for this long. Well, if it manages, that's great, right? Then we have something to base our stuff on. So I'm thinking Python for this.
It's not that complicated. Lol.
Yeah, but I asked on the packet level. I want to know what packets it's sending. Maybe it'll end up, I can do this. For 48 seconds. Short version. Let's scroll up so it doesn't continue there. It lists the ACEs on your domains, naming context, the DN, that explicitly grant or deny replicating directory changes in filter set. Extract right. I who can replicate the filtered attribute set used by ROs DCs and often check for DC sync style capabilities. Yeah, so we're looking for DC sync here. It's easy to see what groups a user is a member of. This is kind of a thing that's hard to do. So creates a system GUID object for a well-known controller right. Yeah. So I wrote that, right? It resolves a DN to the naming context head object for and domain returns the directory object with properties like distinguished name. Yeah. But yeah, now the interesting bit comes. Will this even be in here? Because these two are not actually connected, but it gets the whole object. It's not getting text because it's object-oriented.mat here, right? We're in PowerShell. Then we get ACL 80. This access uses the 80 provider to fetch a target object security descriptor and expose its stackle as a collection of Active Directory access rule entries. Piping to where object, yeah, to get the details. Filter those ACEs subject type equal to the GUID. The surviving entries are object-specific ACEs, type, access, allowed object ACE, or denied, where active directory rights include extended rights, and the object type equals to. So the reason why we don't just run this is because this was run when it worked while being logged into the machine, with a user with higher permissions than what we can use to get Bloodhound data. So we should be able to get more data without actually being on the machine using Evil WinRAM or something or RDP. We should be able to get this data without being logged in. That's the thing. And this is from yesterday, Panda. Reminds me, I should actually go and grab that plexiglass bit that's been in front. My kid was annoyed I did before. So, there. Now it's not all over the place anymore. So, get ACL 80. Yeah, what's on here? Sets a target object security descriptor and expose its stackle as a collection of Active Directory access rule entries. Piping to where object, filter those ICs whose object type equals to GUID. The surviving entries are object-specific ACEs, type allow, access allowed, object ACE, or denied, where Active Directory rights includes extended right of the object type equals that extended right GUID. In practice, the output shows principals ED specific DC, RODC. Yeah, so what is RODC? Let's just quickly do this. Read only domain controller. Okay, read only. So, domain controllers or delegated groups will allow deny interface info and the identity they apply to. So, the reason we need to be able to read from the Active Directory is, of course, for the machine to know if we have access or not, right? So the question is just how to do it. That's the tricky bit, and I don't know exactly how Bloodhound does it. Why this matters? Semantics of that GUID. That GUID corresponds to a permission to replicate the filtered attribute set, fast attribute, without from explicitly allowed text surface, folders and usually replicating directory changes plus all. And as I had up before, we can hub it up here too. So this is the all three. So this is the one we're currently changing, but get changes and get changes all are also part of it there. So we want to check for all three, or we can't do DC sync.
VR Mechatronics says, "Hey, I don't know what you talking about, but I improved my English listening, thanks."
Thank you, VR, for being here. And so, tell me what's coming my way. I know you said there's a package coming. Should I just be surprised? Yeah. That's okay too. That's okay too. So it's the 29th. No one wants to be the fifth pair. Thank you. To see. Why this matters? Semantics of WebKit. Yeah. So we don't have to read all of this, and I know that this might be technical, but this is what this command does. It just checks using PowerShell if the user has this permission, right? Or it actually lists everybody that has that permission.
Yes,
That's
I
what
need
it
found
does.
Goop software for online 3D printing elements make build.
You need to find good software for online 3D printing elements. Yeah, I didn't totally understand the sentence, but I think I understood. Did you could also try, you could type in Polish, for example, and make it will translate, you know. If I type in Swedish, I'm curious what it will translate this to.
Fixit says, "Hello there all happy types."
Yeah, that's not a good
Translated from
translation.
Swedish. VR Mechatronics says, "Yes, so I have to look for a good one online."
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can look later too. Let's see if we can solve this problem, because
I
it
don't
would be
remember
very
Polish
cool.
grammar, only technical words.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's not perfect because it would be more like guys here. And happy types sounds very funny. Yeah. So that's like slang use of a word. It's actually means types, but you kind of call people that too. Yeah. So maybe I'm also not that good at Swedish.
GPT-5 always know what I need to say at all.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. So let's see here. For DC sync, yeah. So it requires also the ones I showed in this image here. We also need get changes and get changes all. So replicating directory changes plus all, and sometimes filtered set. Get changes and filtered set. Which I think is what we asked about though. I'm like, where was I? Yeah, there. This code helps audit who has the last piece. That last piece. Yeah, exactly. This is what we check for on the domain root, which is where replications rights are evaluated. So I knew this from all the testing we already did, that this permission is not on the user, but it's on the root. And we have lots of output. I wonder if we have that still here. Oh, this is ChatGPT listing of, yeah, not tested. So I think we don't have all the facts, all the output and stuff that we did before here, but let's make just a more stuff, very official document. So more stuff to test in testing stuff. Also, very nice name. What goes on over the wire? Network packet level. Transport used by these. Command was provided by default. The quick PowerShell module talks to the DC via Active Directory Web Services (ADVS) on TCP 9389 using HTTPS with SPNETO Kerberos and LM for authentication. And the VS, I was also thinking of just checking the traffic, but as this is, we run this command on the DC, it's not easy. SOAP message, of course we already have domain admin on the machine, so that's not the problem. But it is a hack the box machine. That's just like started here. So I'm sorry if I'm cryptic. I'm just thinking at the same time I'm talking. Alternate path, less common today. If the provider fallback ADSI LDAP on your host, you can get an LDAP search over TCP 389 or 636 for LDAPs. With the security descriptors flag control, requesting at least the DACL. The response includes anti-security descriptor, and this is what we have had trouble getting with the client on marshals into ECEs. Okay, so on marshals must be like a way of extracting it using a funny word. On the wire details, the client authenticates Kerberos service ticket typically to DC for ADVS or LDAP. Yeah, so host LDAP. Okay. Single get object security descriptor option is set. SOAP to ADVS LDAP search with base. So we want to make an LDAP search, and we tried to get a lot of data with LDAP search before. The DC returns SD locally PowerShell maps DACL entries to Active Directory access rule objects. No writes occur. This is a read-only metadata query. Yeah, we just want to get information. Relevant ECs are those with ECE object type present, mask containing control access and object type. I'm not going to read that again. What for again, like I did it. What type you'll usually see that, but yeah, I know what the response. It just lists the counts with this CRAD. That's what it does. We could run it. So we have the box up. Kali. And I just run the nmap for that screenshot. So let's do evil. History. And we're gonna grep for evil. And Ethan, Emily, Olivia, Michael. Alright. Yeah, so I think the account with DC Sync doesn't have so that's why we've been going in with Emily. So let's go with Emily again. Let's just use this one. The only thing we need to change is the IP address. So yeah, 8196. 8196. So let's see if I have it in my paste still. No, because we copied that. So we're gonna run this bit again. This is just to make it simpler and easier to read. Do we need another new line? That's the question. So here it is listed that Ethan has this permission, administrator and enterprise domain controllers. There's only the 3 that has this permission, right? So this is the output that I didn't that I want to show. So we can get this very easily, this information, but we have to log in with Emily, and we want to avoid this step, and we want to make a Python script that does all of this for us, right? We want to be able to, grab the Bloodhound data. You don't have to have an ability to log into the machine. You can just use any user to grab it, right? So we should be able to do that. So, but we can keep this connection here, and we can also see that Ethan has this permission, and here's the GUID, and here we can see that this is the object type here. Extended right, not inherited. It's an allow. It's not inherited. Yeah, this is only always on this. So that's a bit where the problem's finding it at first too. But now we know what we want to look for, and we have it even up, and maybe we should just ask ChatGPT to run the command I sent you. I log into the DC, but I could run this remotely. Me too? Question mark. Remotely. From any PowerShell or just a. I think this doesn't matter. Or also creds are creds always required or sometimes? Yeah, I kind of think I know the answers. Let's see what it says. You don't have to be logged on directly to the DC, where you can run it. Any Windows machine with RSet Active Directory module, it needs the PowerShell stuff. Capable PowerShell can execute it, and it uses the ADVS or web. So I didn't look this up because I assume web services, especially what it said last was SOAP here too. SOAP to Active Directory web services, I'm assuming. Can you see it to the AD provider and get AD object talk to the DC over the network? ADVS on 9389 and LDAP GC ports. So we had Nmap up, right? Why not just scroll up there? Because it didn't clear, right? So we have 9389. .NET message framing is what it says. So 9389 is the ADVS, Active Directory Web Service, that will answer these questions then. And it is obviously open to us, right? So we could send stuff to this port. Or LDAP GC ports. So LDAP will obviously go to LDAP. LDAP here. So we have LDAP and LDAP. So one should be LDAP F, I guess. So I'm thinking it's this one, and I think it's in my notes. So let's up this up again. Just confirm that we have all the things in our notes while we're doing this. So we can also add our new find here. AD, do we have it up? Start here AD. And I'm starting with a list of ports. Here I have 3269. Oh, it's called TCP wrapped. So in here it says that this one is TCP wrapped. So this is the SSO LDAP. Right, it's LDAP and global LDAP too. So we have 53 DNS, of course, and we have 389, which is just as LDAP here. Then we have 636, also TCP wrapped. So there, two of the LDAP ones, the LDAP S, they're just saying TCP wrapped here, which, and that could really be clear here, right? I dropped my paper roll. Yeah, interesting. So then we have a port that we need to add, because I don't think I have 9389 in here, do I? So let's do 9389. So this is what it says. This is what Nmap says. But it is the DCBS. So directory. We're going to Google and confirm because I don't trust it. Directory, I guess, controller, web services. So actually, let's copy the port and port. So Active Directory Web Services. So I was guessing right. Was that what I typed? Yeah, I wrote, as it is DC, I wrote directory, but that's the same. This one says ADVS. So hop back here. It was just my brain missing, because it says actually AD. Yeah. So just me. Active Directory. I was like, why DC? So my brain just put DC in there instead for some stupid reason. So fixed. Service overview network port. And we're going to search for this. Active Directory Web Services. Management gateway service, also the same part. Management gateway service. Let's put that also in the comment. And we confirmed ChatGPT's information from Microsoft. So, Active Directory Management Gateway Service. Do I want to say this is actually well, it says web services, that's good enough. I'm very curious now to explore that more. On a domain Java machine, your current percentile and logon session will usually be enough. No explicit creds. Yes, but we are assuming we're not, right? From a non-joined machine, you can still run it, but you must apply credential to the AD commandlets to establish a PS session with credential. Without our domain creds, the DC won't return the security descriptor. Are creds always requires? In practice, yes. At minimum, you need read creds to the directory object security descriptor, meaning we need an account, which is what Bloodhound needs. For ordinary users, this is usually allowed, so regular domain account suffices. Only in special cases like DC hardening or restricted delegation would you see denials. So remote is fine, creds are required in some form, but they don't need to be privileged. Normal authenticated account usually has enough to read the tackle on the domain root, because otherwise you wouldn't know if they have more permissions, right? To do stuff. Yeah. But they don't actually need to know it, I guess. It's just the thing that should allow on things that really need to know it. So the case I see where we want to do this is when we have an account. And we want to see exactly what permission does this account have, right? That's a main use. That's a main thing. We could also want to list all the users with DC sync, for example. But mostly I'm looking for all the permissions a specific user, which we happen to got creds for, right? We got the credentials for a user and we want to know what can they do. So that's the main thing. Yeah. So next step is I run Kali. Can I install? Let's assume I've never run PowerShell in Kali, so can I run this? Which includes the question of can I install this, right? Is ADVS PowerShell stuff installed or can be installed? Let's be as obvious as possible. On Kali or any Linux bits, you can't run the PowerShell AD module natively because Active Directory PowerShell module depends on .NET Framework and ADVS client libraries, which are only on Windows. On Linux PowerShell Core, the module isn't available. Microsoft hasn't ported to Linux. Why not? So you can adjust GGG. Options you can run from Kali. Yeah, it's nice to get suggestions and see what it says. LDAP search, impact LDAP. Yeah, this is what I've been trying. These can pull anti-security descriptor or filter for ACE, similar to what PowerShell script does. Yes, tell me how, because it failed before. It's given me lots of script that doesn't work. And techniques that doesn't work, and queries that doesn't work. Impact script, yeah, get AD user, and this one is where we read the code from to get stuff that actually worked, as it didn't work at all. Impact it, get AD domain controller, specifically impact LDAP search with the right attributes. Anti-security descriptor, you can then parse ACs manually. Python LDAP library. It's using LDAP 3 in Python. Yeah. So that's I plan to use Python, but have failed to find working examples of exactly getting the NT security descriptor. Let's copy that because it's long to type. Or going up to the very top. Or the GUID. Got this. This is a bit tricky because by default LDAP won't hand you the anti-security descriptor unless you explicitly request it with a control. That's why most examples you find, and it's annoyingly long chat, they totally fail, but most examples you'll find just fail silently. Let's unpack. This is what you want. Bind to the DC, read the domain NC head object. Ask specifically for its security descriptor DACL, yes. Parse ACE for object, yeah. This is exactly what we want to do. LDAP specifies attribute is anti-security descriptor. It needs a security descriptor flag controls. Yeah, with the bitmax. DACL security information for you want DACL. LDAP server must allow you to read it. Any authenticated user usually can. Yeah. Python LDAP 3 skeleton. Here's how you'd do it in Python 3 LDAPs. And they're using LDAP 3 here. To clarify, this will be run on a Kali VM connected via VPN to HTTP as we're testing this on a already finished box there to have an 80 server to test with info. And I'm gonna grab its information from Nmap. So we have the IP. We have domain. So I'm just grabbing bits from this and pasting it. And do we have anything more? So let's we could sudo nano. Oh, we're an evil win around. That's not where I want to do that. Let's open a new one. I was like, you should probably pop that out because it's not a lot I do sudo nano on regularly. No? Why so slow? Yeah, something must have gone wrong there. So, here, up here, we have administrator. So 81, and it was 196. So administrator DC. Yeah, it's called DC, the machine. And I think we see that as soon as we do oh gosh, it's also called DC. I was gonna type that, but I entered instead of control enter, so perfect for Clover and the Masons. Now you're on Kali, the domain, You want the Python equivalent of your PowerShell command that you get changes in filter set right on the domain root object. Here's how it will look on your Kali box. So LDAP, packet, and security. Security descriptor. Yeah, so we definitely have packet installed. Script would give you exact same. Okay. Yeah, I don't like just running stuff, but I mean, I usually read them, but in this case, as I think it might not just work, so I don't really want to do it. So let's see so where did we really use, where did we mess around with this last? CC cache. Obviously I messed with it in this directory, which I shouldn't. Should be somewhere. It's not a bug, this is just messing around with stuff, and it's Python. I'm thinking Python, Py or PyTools. What do we have in Py? Book, okay. AD tests. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking AD tests are the ones. So let's mouse pad AD test for .py, and I'm like, where on earth is my and character? Paste. No, shift control paste doesn't work apparently, and we have, oh, it was nice and put the line in there. Very nice of it. I didn't have to do it myself. Yeah. Far, and it will color it prettily. And Panda liked the font before I saw it. I was highlighting something. I was like, oh right. So what do you think of this? We have domain, username, password, DCIP. Then we happen to have the DC name too, but whatever, you know. Administrator password, yeah, change is needed. So let's just use hers. So what did I use up here? Emily, she's not. Oops, yeah. Control C instead of shift control. And here I need to control C, not shift. And reasonably good password. There. So I have to read it. I can't not. Server, get info known. Connection, domain, username, password, NTLM, autobind true. Ask for DC, security, descriptor control, SD flags, SD controls. So I remember this now. So I think it was 2 weeks or something since we did anything with this. And the controls, we had problems with this. So let's just hope this is a new, fresh day with working stuff. Yeah, and I control SX as I usually do with Nano because we're not in Nano anymore, so should do that. So and then we'll have a need to shmud the thing. Shmud old pie, that's good. And let's just dot slash ad test for dash for. I deleted the wrong character for some reason. So mpacket into security. Okay, I think we already have a environment set up here. And I never remember the command, so let's check my notes. That's why we have notes. If I was doing it every day, I would remember it, but programming. There, Python. There, in my course stuff, I should finish the course. Yes, I know. Python virtual environment. I was thinking of putting this in guides too. Maybe I should, because this is like a quick guide. So we need this there, which is very, very simple. I should just remember it. I guess I should type Python 3. Even there, I would have just tried. If I type P, it would have popped up. Module vn dot, and let's check. Yeah, I think it added stuff because it wasn't there. I didn't see the directories. Right, new VM. But I think, was it that long ago? Anyway, source bin activate. That's, yeah, and I've copied my history into here. Now we have it activated. So now we can run this again, and we can put 3 install. Oh yeah, impacket. I'm sure we have it already, but didn't seem to be there. But now it's in this virtual environment too. We run again. No module name. It's probably just doesn't exist, right? And the security. So this is ChatGPT inventing stuff. So let's give it the error message. So I might have done all of that for nothing. So this is what you put your time into when you ask ChatGPT for help. I did run a separate and2 and made sure it had in packets making me think you invented this. You caught me there. You're absolutely right. I mixed 2 APIs. InPacket doesn't have anymore. Some old forks. In stock InPacket is geared to script parsing live under, and the other one says good catch. I was sloppy. Yeah, you're always sloppy. That's the problem. Not present. Instead, InPacket DCERPC. Now we're where we were before, having problems with it. So do we even want to give ChatGPT a second chance? Because I don't want to spend hours with this. So we're at 1 hour mark right now. I'm hopping over to the code in here and checking fixed header. This instead of impact identity security. There. So I just updated that there. And role SD. So at the bottom of it here. Con entries and security descriptor role values 0. SD security descriptor role SD. Target keyword dot lower. So why do dot lower on its own input, which is already lower? This is ChatGPT in a nutshell, right? Checking ACAs on search base for target keyword. And for some reason it stopped using the string color there. So now we're getting to the difference. If SD back. So this is what it has changed. It just told us where to put it. And also updating that a bit. So we also have 2 possibilities here, right? Let's see, this one does it totally differently. Which tells me also this is such a mess. It doesn't know this stuff. So just in case there happened to be something useful in this, which I so doubt. Oh, failed copy again. Copy, paste. No, decal present. So, search baselines, SD control 29. Consearch. Yeah. Remember me saying controls? Yeah. This is not what I want to do. Debug ChatGPT's buggy scripts, right? I just want to know a working thing to do it. This one also has controls. Control. Let's just copy this one. I should have sent it the password too, so it had it already. Let's paste here. So I'm assuming it's all trash, really. Also, it's also given up on the first line. I told it that we use Linux, and this is nice, right? We want that. Just confirming these are similar, except for the password. So, oh, we got another error message. So we have an import error again. So this one we actually get past the import bit because it had the correct import. Meaning the last bit we did here went backwards. This was a better thing to continue on. So to say here that this one replaced the bad import with another bad import. the correct import is, and this doesn't exist either. There's no security in v5 because v5 there's a security descriptor in D types. So let's prefer that response and give it the error message, because at least it was an error message. And I'm thinking that probably I won't go this route much more, but we're gonna check out the other reply I had over here. Even though that was a full program, and I want to make my scripts myself. This is curious. Why so many updates? What's so broken with Git? I get one every day. Well, I don't even use it every day. Yeah, I'm not using it right now, so we go on in the background. So we just answered I want this one, and then we give it error message. I'm not gonna type a lot now. That's almost right. Mistake in how it behaves. So I like how it's not giving me the whole full code, because that's what I usually tell it. I want short answers. I don't want full code. I want exactly the thing only. Thanks for peaceful traceback nails it. Almost right. Different behavior. Helper already returns full level control to run. Not just a value. Accidentally wrapped it again, which is why you see must be a sequence of 3 elements. If you can solve this, because we had problems here before and I had to write code myself, which I prefer though, but...
Dylan Kaiser says, "Hey,
Hello,
Fixit,
welcome back
guess
in.
what?
I can't guess. You finished something?
Today's my
It's your
birthday."
birthday! Congratulations! Congratulations on your birthday. Yeah. Do you want to tell us how old you get? You're welcome to if you want to, but you don't have to.
Yup, I'm 31.
Ah, 31. Nice. Yeah, that's a good age. I remember that age. So you're not a kid anymore, right? When you're 30, you're still a bit of a kid. I'm totally not a kid. What? You mean I am? Okay. Yeah, long ago I heard someone saying that humans never actually grow up. I agree. So apparently, like chimpanzees, gorillas, they have age when they stop kind of playing as much. We don't. We never do. But there might be old research and stuff. So I was like, why do I have this probably thermal paste on my desk? I actually brought it from the other room the other day. So looks very new and fresh though. So LP3 Microsoft. That's interesting. That's interesting. So it's not actually using Impacket anymore at all. Interesting. So this one will get removed. And instead it uses... No, that's the one we had. Okay. Does it want us to make it like a beta test here? Let's make a new file. Plus, copy, Paste, and let's look at this. So just this already returns the old tuple. Now this is just crap. Just crap. Let's actually look at it here. So it wants us to change this bit instead. So it's still using the same stuff. So the SD control line, let's see if we can find such a one here. So SD control, security descriptor control, SD flags, right? And then the search base, object class domain, base, attributes, and security descriptor. Okay, it's identical. It's identical with what we said before. This looks identical to your previous code. So this was the wrong version. No, that's not what it gave me.
Loaded Wartime and says, cheap viewers on stream boo.
Yeah,
Remove
or
the space
deleted
at
message.
$9D.
TTS is just a bit too quick. So SD control value. No, it was called SD control. No, what you now call the correct version is what I have code you gave me before, and it's what gave the error I sent you. Stop this. Yeah. So we're not actually trying to debug code, we're trying to debug ChatGPT. This is not what we want to spend our time with. Yeah, okay, manually construct the tuple. Do that. I just want one working example. So let's actually go back and look at the previous ones, because I didn't remember. So we had one, we have, oh, I have the answers, right. Let's run the old ones because I want to see Oh. Oh, there's just an output for one. There's no actual Python script. So 2. There doesn't give us any output, but it's not bugging out. 3. Yeah, so you might realize that we need to actually update the information too. So it will be using the wrong IP address. Open recent test 2, open recent test 3, now open test 3 pi. So 2 and 3 are the only ones we have. So this one uses Ethan Olympus Kit. Oh, that's a user we're trying to get information on. And it obviously got nothing back, right? We just run it. This one, on the other hand, no IP addresses in here. So I wish I remembered doing this. New module named LDAP. Yeah. So pip3 install LDAP. Yeah, I remember this being messy. So let's deactivate. And let's try running it now. There. Security descriptor found. Full parsing of security descriptor to find specific issues with the GUID requires additional implementation of library that can parse into security descriptors. That's what this one said. And I wish I remember this. That's a problem with having several projects, right? And I was also applying for jobs. Like, spend a week only with applying to 3 jobs. No, not only. Reminding me I need to apply to more jobs. But I'm thinking there's a weekend coming and I want to be streaming. Then, so build up here. See. So, print result. Yeah, we didn't get anything. It just says. So this is also a fail. But as we're not using the IP, so this is, I think, us doing another ChatGPT-ish try. Let's do a new one. Let's do let's the plus button again. Save as, and we want this to be 5. And let's ignore ChatGPT for a bit, and we'll go back to just reading code. This doesn't work either. But I'm kind of thinking that DeepSeek sounds more reasonable. So the first example it did, in this one I actually just gave it sources to read, right? So I gave it lots of code to read so it would have somewhere to start. And including Bloodhound in that. I don't want the full thing like this. I just want to work an example, but we can try with this, right? We'll try its code, and if this grabs the data, then we have in here somewhere what I want. Um, LDAP 3. There. Yeah. So that was probably it. Already satisfied. We already have it. It's just not called LDAP. It's called LDAP 3. So this is the paste of number 5. And I'm not gonna read it. But as I asked it to do, it realizes that it's called LDAP 3 and not LDAP. This one also has LDAP 3 though. What was the error then? No module LDAP in test 3. So it was test 3 that had LDAP in it. So if we put a 3 here, I just want to know what's wrong and what's not, you know? Didn't I save it? Oh. Yeah. Just crap. Let's ignore it and go for the 5 here. I was just trying to remember stuff. That was not my own code, you know? I wonder where that is. So we need to chmod and dot slash. Let's just make this 5 instead. And no output, which is logical as it probably has a check for no output. Let's read. Exception error. Yeah, so no exception. Args output failed to collect user data. Add argument. So I'm just gonna check its text here, right? It's calling it Bloodhound direct. Domain, username, password, target user. Okay. Also Python. And so the domain name. Username. What did I call it? Emily. Password. So this is not how I would have done it, but this is just a test to see if it actually managed to make working code. Then we can use that. And the target user. What did we have in the other one? No, that's test 5. Here, Ethan. So this is Ethan Hunt. It's a user called. Yeah, this. Seriously. I don't expect much of it. So it says we can also do DCIP, and the easiest way to get the IP is there. Yeah, I'll have to see. Yeah, try to find the IP there. It also has an output. So in case it actually doesn't give any output. Oopsie. Control C, not Shift Control C. This is so annoying. Yeah, I don't know why I keep doing this, because it just annoys me like crazy. So, did we get any file called such and such? No user report JSON here? Yeah, let's just read that code. This is so annoying. Let's just ask it instead for the bit of the code. I don't want a full script. I just want a quick working example. That I can build on. If it works. Why do I care about spelling? You will understand, whatever. Get info and just print it. Here is a minimal working example to get you started. Even simpler with just LDAP. Yeah, I'm kind of getting pissed every time they think they can get this just with basic LDAP. So let's just try this. At least it's doing the N. So I say a basic one. I don't want any error stuff. I don't want any tries. Just give me the error messages. I don't want any crap. That's crap. There.
Pandatong says.
Creep viewers on steamdo.com delete the space.
Ah, Panda, you managed to be... Yeah, if you have delete the space, then you're gonna be deleted. So what I realized here is that it says no module Bloodhound, so that's a pip3
Space my delete.
install. It's a full string. It's checking for what's usually in their messages, in the spam ones. I can't affect the TTS though, as it's someone else's code. It's security lab. I hope it seems. Too much work, I guess. Oh yeah, the real Bloodhound. Yeah, good, because we haven't filled out the information here, right? Audio authentication attribute has no attribute DNS name. So auth is set here. This doesn't have anything to do with. So let's fill in this anyway. So I don't remember what it was. So I'm gonna look here. Domain. And let's do Emily. And yeah, I feel this is a bad way. This is trying to make AI do stuff, which it can't do. So we're just setting a limit here. It can't invent new stuff. And it can't even find these things. Ethan. Just to confirm that we get the same error, which we do. This would have been prettier if it wasn't in a try, but I'll give it its error. Has changed. Here's a fixed minimal working example. I hate this. I don't hate coding. I want to code. I don't want a crappy, bad 80 AI trying to do stuff that it can't do and using the wrong version of things. And where's the difference? DNS name. Connect to 80, no DNS name needed. A domain. Okay, so just delete DNS name. And domain connect. And this used to be just auth. Now they this is new. Otherwise, I think it's the same. Let's just see what happens if we run this. 80 has no attribute connect. The blood investigation significantly. Let me give you a working example. Let's give it half an hour. If I'm at 2 hours and this is still going, then I'm gonna just read the code. Yeah. Let's just understand exactly how Bloodhound works and see if we can do the same things as it does some other way. Or go back to the other. So I'm just scrolling up. Import Bloodhound, import Bloodhound. So it added an import. I'm adding it too. Oh, I'm so sorry. working button with current SDK. So your domain, your username, target username, DCIP, yeah, optional. Yeah, let's ignore that then. It's optional. And then it's later checking if all has a DCIP. Checking if all has an attribute DCIP, but it doesn't add it to the at all. Yes, so very good code. I'm so very impressed by this thing. And also it still has a try, which is not good. Create authentication. In the other one it actually says authenticate in the old one, which it doesn't do, right? No, it actually does AD authentication. So create authentication. Yeah. Username, password, domain. AD domain. So we're removing the so it removed it from auth this time. So let's go with that. Then it has user. AD domain get user var. So I'm sorry. First of all, I'm gonna remove these because they're horrible. Yeah, I can't do this. I can't do this. It's just too many errors and too bad. It says AD domain doesn't have a get user too. Let's copy its latest one, and let's just keep those as I did with the other one. Then I'm like, this is crap. And now it prints a trace back. Yeah. Now it prints a trace back. So come on. I was clicking up. Yes, I did not define DCIP. That's true. Let's put it here then. So this is ChatGPT's code, and this is DeepSeek. That's why I'm still trying, giving it another try. Has no attribute create connection either, because it doesn't know how it works. It doesn't know anything. Even simpler, just LF3. So, as this is just crap, I'm just gonna ignore the previous, and especially try is good, but use try in a finished script to handle handle the exceptions, and exceptions you know can pop up. You don't just have it as the base, you know, to So can I change your domain username, password, DCIP, and target user? Ooh. So unsupported operand types for and, attribute, and int. So we actually got a working LDAP query. So this is so easy to do. The problem is to get the tougher stuff. The Bloodhound example still doesn't work, but we got some output, so it has 20 or 19 more minutes, but from the LDAP one. At this point, I want to point out that the main reason, as I told you, is to get info that it's a bit tricky to get, not the main. We want to know if Ethan can DC sync and similar. This info is on the main DC. Let's say objects, and not on Ethan. So lately, DeepSeek has a problem of giving too much text, but it actually has been giving better stuff. So that's why I'm giving it a chance when I'm like ChatGPT. No good words. The library info isn't the ACL, since the domain object, not the user itself. Here's a proper script to check for DC sync rights. Okay, okay. And other critical permissions. What do you think? So I see a big lack of what doesn't work here. Maybe it's actually doing something good here. And again, we have a mega long script. I asked for a simple example. Base test. Yeah, if it works, this is great. If it doesn't work, this is its kind of lost chance. I kind of wish I sent it the data so I don't have to do this all the time, but at least it's not putting command line arguments in a simple example test, which would have been much worse. So now it knows it's Ethan we're looking for. Low battery warning. It's because I was listening to I like grapefruit too much, I think. I usually don't drink energy drink. Stupid. So it has DC sync rights. So get the SID of the user, their turn SID. So where is this? One here. So here user SID. It already prints it. We know that it's working this far. Let's see. It doesn't have a main. It is just doing a try as its main. And I kind of want to remove this, but it's not worth the work. So connect to LDAP, which works. It's connecting, and it's just printing, connecting successfully. Whatever happens, because it will crash out otherwise. I just think it's not pretty. Having a try around everything, that's the worst kind of code you can do, because yeah, it's so bad. It's the worst. It's indescribably ugly. Get domain DN. Where did it get that from? Worst code ever. And get domain DN, and it got it. Also, we gave it, so. But it's getting it through, let's see, con server info other. Default naming context. This is good information. This is useful, right? So con is a connection, server is the server name. I'm gonna have to rebuild that. But maybe we actually got something that we can use. We'll see later, because it didn't finish, right? User said get user said con domain DN target user. If not user said user not found, and it prints the said. And it also has to exit here. Here, this is what we want. If and X. Better code. Check for DC sync rights, has DC sync. Check DC sync rights, and here it has its own function for this. And it sends along the connection domain the user said. And here it fails. This function doesn't work because we got a no. This is not the prettiest output. DC sync right, yes. If has it else, no. So I'm assuming this one returns a boolean. Where is it? There. Return len con entries. Yeah. So let's give it the chance to fix its error. First, putting a try around all of your code. is horrible. No control. Second, Ethan has DC sync. You need a better test as we get actually parsing the security the script is check for a specific DC sync, right? Here's a much better implementation. So as we have something, I will put this in a new file, I think. Let's do that. Now I hop to the right screen. So it's making its code. Let's see if it'll listen to what I said or not. So that's something we can fix manually. Possibly if it got the information. We can see what it got printed, debug, check if it fails. The little plus thing. And then we save this as 6. Why did I paste that? I didn't copy it yet because it's still writing the code, right? So observe, I asked it for a simple short, like just simple to build on. In those, I don't expect any functions, anything like that. I wanted just straight down simple basic code, and this is not good. And now we even have a main. So at least it's not a try. Let's see if it has a try in here. No, it listened. So let's see first the results. I'm guessing we need, yeah. Let's remove the optional from there. Let's copy this to here because it's not very optional. And it has DCIP before the target user, and we can have the some account name as the comment there, or we can skip it. Do we have the same as it does? Yes, because I'm going to just put it at the start of our next message. So it has this, so we don't have to keep. I did click delete twice. Delete, delete, delete. Save. 6. Permission denied. Yes. Yes. So we need to chmod it first, and then we run it. And instead of actually reading the code now, which is the default, as I said, I would just do this for until the 2-hour point. As your parsing is complex and error prone, let's use a different approach. Let's check what specific right the user has on the domain object using LDAP extended right checks. Yeah, as long as you don't add errors. So far we haven't had this does not exist, which is a step forward because all the ChatGPT things has been this does not exist. And before we had, oh, this is a new Bloodhound version. I'll use that, and then not working anyway. So it can't, even though I sent it all the docs here, right? I sent it all of those projects, which might be why it used old code, because they might. I should just be able to see, as it got the full repos with dates and stuff in there. Meaning, I was just Googling for stuff and I can read it myself. Group memberships, indirect indicators. Shows all the dangerous rights a user might have. Okay. So we have stuff to read later, because I'm assuming this won't work. I'm just assuming nothing of what it does works. We'll see. And let's just scroll up and see. Now we don't have to fix this bit manually. We just have to save it as 7. There. And we just have to shmo it again. And then we just run 7. And now we will know if it works. Enabled, yes. Yeah, it fails. It totally fails. So, FYI, Ethan has, let's type the permission. Get changes. Get. It's not the full names, but he will know. And get changes in the filtered set. And can DC sync. Your script's output. Yeah. Yeah, so check those exact things. And it's adding the GUIs for them. I don't want it to test only these, but if it can test for these, I am very pleased. If it manages. Yeah, and this is a good step in the right direction, actually. I might give it an extra minute. If it manages. Come on. You can do it quicker. Though I prefer it being right and quick. So, we want to duplicate what Bloodhound can do here, right? So this bugs, as I said earlier, for new people coming in, it's all Bloodhound. It's all Bloodhound. And I prefer command line. The speed of running a command line command is also, I mean, it saves half an hour maybe of work. All of that, at least. Just starting Bloodhound. Yeah, Neo4j, all of that takes time. You have to open the browser in a slow VM. ask queries in there on the data in its database, because that's what it does. So if this doesn't work, this method, it's going to Bloodhound and seeing what is it actually getting. I think we have the source for it. I'm not 100% sure. If we don't, it's tougher. So we would have to reinvent the wheel if it doesn't. So we'll do an 8 for this one. Yeah, there's a save icon. Come on. Why did I even click something when I can just click keys on my keyboard? So if this works, we have a starting point, especially as this only uses LDAP, which is what it should only be using, right? It should only be using LDAP. You should work with only an LDAP. I just didn't find the right way to make a query. That's what I've been having problems with. So this also failed. So this is, if it can't think of a good reason, this is a stop. It always says this issue is clear now. That's just annoying. My LDAP approach is too simplistic. Can't probably parse the security descriptor to detect the specific extended rise. Let me give you a proper solution. Using the Bloodhound Python SDK that actually enumerate SDK. So all of its previous Bloodhound tries failed. That's why we didn't want to use it. Also, I don't want to use it. I want to know how it works and use the same functionality on a lower level. Can be complex, which we are practical. Using Impacket. No, we don't want to use a DC sync attempt, stupid thing. Please ask me before going crazy writing code for 5 minutes. Please. I don't want you to use Bloodhound as all your attempts gave me bad code that didn't run. Also, I want to be on a lower level. We want to duplicate Bloodhound's functionality in a simpler way without UI. Duplicate. PNB are not that very close. Don't ask me why. I don't mind using Impacket but not to try and DC sync, as I want all the specific details that Bloodhound gets. As we all know, it's possible to get these. Don't know what I did there either. Thank you. This, I won't say it's the last, but please think on this and make a better attempt. And I said before it's the last, but it did actually level up. Remember to ask me what to do before you do it. If I want code for something, before you attempt to make it, thank you. Let's put a little heart there. It uses hearts too. You want to duplicate Bloodhound's ACL analysis functionality at a lower level without the QA and get all the specific details about what rights a user has, including the desync rights and other permissions. Yes. Let me ask you, what specific information do you want me to extract? I want all information. For example, just the DC sync rights, all extended rights, all ACL permissions across all objects, group membership handler, all the above information. And what level of detail do you want? Bloodhound shows very granular information about the ACE. Do you want that level or just a summary? Let's skip that. And let's do that. Once you clarify exactly what information you're looking for, I can provide you a focused solution using Infected. Remember, I just want the way to do it. You don't, you're not supposed to write a full script. Just, let's do POCs, right? We want proofs of concepts of ways of getting different types of data. Thank you. Exactly information using if I could probably just tell me exactly Do I want all the above information? Remember, just want the way to do it. You're not supposed to write a full script, just parts of getting different types of data. Thank you. I think that's... You're right. Let me provide focus paths for each type of data using Impact without writing a full script. First, security descriptor to get all ACEs, core Bloodhound functionality. Con LDAP, search filter, domain DNS, and the security descriptor. If I manage to get the security descriptor on this one, I'm happy. For item in con response, I think this is tuples. Is instance item search result entry. Yeah, recognize this as the bytes, item, attributes, and security descriptor. I think we won't get any information from this, but let's run it. So I'm gonna change the naming. Let's make a new directory. Make there 80 cd 80 and obviously empty. I don't know. I keep doing LSLA. So let's make a file here. New, paste, save as, and in 80 call it one. I was like, let's make it complicated. No, I don't want to put the name energy into that if it doesn't even do anything, right? So chmod it. We need chmod it, and then we do ./1.py. Okay. Ooh. Not aborting it with anything. I did make a new line here, right? I clicked it now when it happened. Import bin ASCII. Con search bin search attributes item con response if instance. Well, let's do a LSLA here and show it this too. So 1. Yeah, I might do several. Might try the others. So this is the one I want. This is the one that I haven't managed. This is what I have a problem getting. I've gotten lots of other information from AD by just using Impact, and it's not complicated. This is a bit that's complicated. So I'm just gonna grab number 2 here. Let's see. Number 2 is check specific DC sync runs. It doesn't. It's. Yeah. How is a list of the GUID a plot? Seriously, I'm just so frustrated with this. User group memberships. Yeah, let's try 3. Let's see. Three. The packs still need to be able to run and give a simple output. It doesn't have to be pretty or organized, but we should be able to see something. So far, check user rights. Check what right the user has on a specific object. Search all their object DN and security descriptor, which it's what we can't get. Can't search. Yeah. Find a loaded user as. I thought it would do it. I thought it would actually do it for 2 seconds. Find a loaded user has rights. Search filter. And the security descriptor said. This one is interesting. So if we put anti-security descriptor in the SID, in the query, in the LDAP query, but still we'd have to save the details and be able to print them. Objects with rights. Yeah, but what are the rights? Because I don't think it would return the security descriptor. Parse ECEs to specific rights. I'm sorry, I'm just frustrated. And it is 19 minutes more than I said I would do AI stuff. So I don't even care if I spell it. Yeah, I don't doubt this will work. Yeah, that is actually useful if it works. And that's not hard to find, but Find obvious user as rights on. So, not a lot of people in here, but I think part of it is that I'm so darn frustrated on this idiotic thing. Let's say, tell me, should I just skip this? Or should we give it a last chance? So let's rename this to 0 and save, and let's actually call it oh look, oh god, oh shit, oh gosh. So we kinda need that. What did it do before? What did it actually do with it? Again, I'm not doing anything. I did enter and it's frozen on the spot. And let's click on this now and stuff pops up. Yeah, so it realized it was Python anyway. I thought so. So let's just arm the bin ASCII file because it's huge. And I was running the same one, which is the wrong one. So we need to first chmod, and then we run 0, and then we get an error because there's no DCIP, because it wasn't a working example. So let's leave that at that. Let's close all the things. No, I don't want to save changes. There, we have an empty window. Let's actually do it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 this time, and see if they work, right? So slowly, we're going to overwrite that one there, and it's still executable because it's the same file. We just overrode it. Yeah. Connected user Ethan DN traceback most recent call. So this is the kind of errors at least we want. Attribute member of not found. Let's see. What does it do? Member of. Yeah, so it does star, and then it just grabs these. Member of should be in there. If the query at all worked. So let's debug. We can con search user con entries 0. So they're just linking it. So print con exit. Connected LDAP clear text user not lazy bound open local remote TLS not started listening generate internal decoder. That's what con says. Okay, so we could have just added a print line, and extra print under. So yeah. I don't want to mess with characters right now. So now we actually got the data here, and we can see there's no member of here. That's because he's not member of anything. So that's probably why. So if we were asking for, let's get a good username for this that has a membership, then I think this would work. So if we check this here, we have Benjamin. Benjamin is a member of Share Moderators, right? Not a lot of group memberships in this AD because that's not the thing. It's like Bloodhound. Annoying stuff. We can easily find who's the user of what. But let's just make this working by saying Benjamin and commenting out my lines. There. And now I'm thinking this will give us one groups, right? So that's why the code is simply not good. This bit here. First of all, let's undo. No, it's easier to just type Ethan at the end. So we do if bigger is more than 0. Then we do I'm like, should I tab? Yeah, I changed it. No indent before. For I wonder if we can for each in, I don't remember, for and yeah, for group in, let's try this. Print member of user member of, oh yeah, we want a number. We want a number here, right? Let's confirm that works first. Let's comment that line, and actually I want to as an indent, not far, I think. I removed the bird wings. Why? User.member of 0. So now it's just listing the first one. So the member of Share Moderators. And this one doesn't happen to have more, but now we've confirmed the syntaxes, right? So I'm thinking, what if we range it? Let's comment this one out now, and let's for and range len user member of and print hello and run it. Can I just assign? Let's see, what line? 28. Assign. Oh my gosh, I forgot the variable. So let's do x. X in range. There. Hello. So that just works. We can skip this. We're just gonna confirm it by using Ethan instead. So as he has 0 groups, it shouldn't loop through there, but it does because it can't do that. So then we need the line here first. Let's see if this actually works. So I have the hello in case this one errors, so we can see that it's still in the loop doing something. So yeah, it still can't do this. Yeah, we need to check if it has the attribute because it doesn't exist. Yeah, if attribute exists, and then I don't remember how to do that. So let's see if it's in here somewhere because it needs to be connected. Let's as we would do using that, let's go chat dots. So this is the normal use of an AI Google, right? So we can give it the whole thing. What's the name of attribute exists in this? Let's see if we can do that. I never asked the question that way. Looking for a specific function in a code. Has after that. Yeah, it was like I used it not that long ago, but it's like has after. Come on, it kept typing. That's annoying bit. So not attribute assist, but has after. There. So yeah, we need a comma here because otherwise it's still trying to use it. So there. So now if we change to Benjamin, and I'm not going to keep doing this, it's nice to have several lines. Benjamin, and we comment him even if it's 4, because then it's easy to switch. Then we get him hello a member of. Right, so it's time to remove the debug hello here. So we check if the attribute exists. We go through all of the groups and we print the names of them. And let's actually make it prettier by doing a print member of here and removing it from here, and instead doing like 4 spaces. So that if we have 40 groups, we just have 1 member off. It will look funny with it typed on every line, and it will still look okay like that, right? We could also crop out this as the actual group name, but not for a demo. And now we can also rename this script to get groups memberships, because now we have something that is possibly useful there. And I'm also starting to remember what we did before with this. So we have using LDAP3 to get a simple group memberships. It's very basic. It's actually getting all attributes though. So the specific listing of members would be just this. This is the function getting the group memberships. And we would make a pretty function for that. And we'd probably do it as the other ones at the recursive, right? So let's hop back to, I should have this one here instead, right? Oh, here. Yeah. So that was its number 1 here. So we got this one working because it wasn't working. And then we do LDAP connection, basic user info. Yeah, I think that was group memberships. So here it has nested. So let's not make a new one, let's actually add if there's stuff here that's connection server user info domain username password authentication MTLM auto bind through. I'm just removing the connected. It wasn't that. It says connected here because otherwise it would have crashed. Oh, that's so bad. If we get information from there, we know it's connected. So let's see. Get all nested group membership. Con search member target user. So we needed to modify this one to work, right? Get direct a group membership, and after this let's do a print I want to do that. I don't know exactly why it wasn't working before. Yeah, now it worked. Maybe I was using a there. Yeah, I just don't want one. I want two. So let's have different sections, and we're building it up as we go. Now let's add a few lines there, so we have so don't have to be at the very bottom. Get all nested group memberships. I'm not certain this query will work, but we will know soon how it will work. For entering con entries. So so let's also add like Amy over here. Let's actually do target user. User equals administrator. Because there will be more than one group membership, right? So first we get the list of normal memberships. And the nested one obviously gives no output at all, meaning its code is crappy again. It doesn't have to be, it could be the output that was crappy, not the query. So let's do the same thing again and just print this. There. So it's empty. We don't grab anything. So, 1, I fixed it. To work. 2, ER query. It gives no entries. And let's check out what it has later. We could be using code, I know. So it's printing the user said. So this one is just getting the said because it's going to use the said to find stuff. So let's gosh, I'm actually a bit hungry. This is so bad. Well, let's copy those 2 lines. And user con entry 0. And obviously object sid here is what it is. So as we might change this later. Oh, 2 dots. And it's obviously the user SID, as we're just listing there. So now we have the SID on the list too, as we got star in this one. We just list these names instead with commas in the query, and we would get just those, just as they were getting here. So they're just asking for the object SID here, and then they're getting the object SID into a variable because they will use it later here in the query. So let's copy the bit, which is the functionality of this one. And we know that user dot object SID here, that's where we have the why are they all indented? Yeah, these two, whatever. What else? So this one doesn't work, right? That means let's just do this. Quite obvious that this one doesn't give us any data. But I'm also going to copy this line because we will give it a chance. We're gonna fix
VR
that.
Mechatronics says, do you need TurboCAD TextureCAD to create 3D parts?
I don't know yet. I'm thinking we will look at what there exists in the freeware world. So there's always free versions. Free CAD. There's something called free CAD even.
I have annual license.
Yeah. I don't know. VR. Well, one step at a time, right? One step at a time. So obviously we got free CAD. So I'm thinking open source stuff too. Tinkercad. Free web app for 3D design.
It is AI TextureCAD.
Oh no, I prefer not AIing. If you're about to set measurements, I don't know. We'll see. You need to be able to do. Let's. I'm thinking one thing at a time. But
X
you're
100
already
times
there.
faster than manual searing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I know I have a need for 3D printing stuff, right? Because I want to make nice boxes for things that are still there. But there's no camera there because it's down in my backpack. But I'm also starting to get hungry. Let's see if my hubby sent a message or something about just time and food and going home from work. He calls usually. Let's see. New. Just someone wants to send me a message. Oh gosh. I just realized I'm getting emails. Come on, where's it? Just 1 second. I can't get the this person is online emails to my to stop get there. messages when someone you follow go online. Confirm. So let's hope that works. Oh gosh, that was tiny desktop site for Twitch. So I created a temporary Twitch account on the place. I might not work for Saturday again.
If you have Threadrivalry MD128 cores, and type TurboCAD AI Create Me, Eiffel Towers, it takes 3 minutes. Dick. Translated from Dutch.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I kind of feel like I need to do step 1 before I can do step 2. So first I need to have a 3D printer. Then I need to print something someone else made. Then I make something myself and print it. So one step at a time, right? One step at a time. I also know there's lots of there's already sites with already existing things to print. Gosh, my tummy is starting to rumble. So,
Making a model is easier than printing Kappa.
yeah, I guess so, probably. But I don't know yet, right? I don't know. So, find objects where user has rights. So we don't have a user SID. What we have is user.object SID. So we're going to replace that. And the coloring is not perfect in mousepad. It's not really a code editor. Correct there. And this one, I'm very curious if it works. And if this works. Here we printed con entries just to see. So very nothing again, right? And let's do this again. Just to check, what was it that this is member of, right? I kind of want to print con too. Nothing. Returns nothing. So I'm just gonna copy the query so that this can see that 3 no entries for check domain object rights. Right. So I think what I meant to do here is to actually, we had the administrator. There should be stuff administrators permissions for, right? Let's say that here. I'm testing these with administrator. So there should be existing permissions. Administrator. What? Administrator. Okay. It doesn't matter, but so far, curious about this one, but I'm assuming that it also won't work. But I kind of like the setup of testing it all in one file, right? So we had 2 lines because I forgot to comment that one. So let's paste the long thing. Did I copy the whole thing? We don't need the con again. The query is where we want to start. So let's just check we're doing administrator. We want to comment this as there was no replies, meaning this doesn't work. I want it obvious in my file what works and not. So I'm going to put that there. And then after this, we'll put one that is not commented. So it will end with a line, so we can see that we're at the end of it easily. So sum account name attribute object SID. So just grabbing the SID. We don't want the first search. We already know what the SID is. Meaning we just need to change the query here to be user.object_sid instead. Where is it? There. And user rights and domain. Okay, okay. If this works, I'm amazed. No domain object rights found for the administrator, which is obviously all the things there, right? Administrator has no object rights found. So let's up over here and say for no object rights found. Yeah, I don't want to say administrator for all of them. I have this testing with administrator, so that should be. Get users SID. Well, we have 5. Get users effective permission summary. So server bind true queries for object SID and member of. And it's making aliases for this. This is so useless. I thought making one for users, so we don't have to have the entry 0 there. Then we can add the check so they're not more than 0 or more than 1. Print rights report for target. User SID. And this we know already by now. This would error out if there's no groups. So only works if there are groups. So it will never be 0. You have to check it other ways. Check domain rights. Count object users rights on. It should work immediately. Let's not run 5 because I think it's just summarizing. So I know we are at 3, but we got something working. That's why I want to see. The issue is that the LDAP filter with anti-security descriptor SID doesn't work because SID Since our binary data are not strings that can be matched with wildcards, let's give you working pucks that actually function. Will it work? Fixed. Okay, I don't care. This one is I changed it myself. So please ignore one. My fix was, so I'm giving it the fix because it might build stuff upon bad knowledge, bad data. So that's why I'm giving it the house attribute member of and the list. And then we'll see how did it fix number 2. So number 2 is our second section here. NTL true con attribute distinguished name. So it's just getting the distinguished name for some account target user. Okay. So it's changing it. So obviously we already have the distinguished name here. It's user.distinguished name. So we don't need to get it. So let's copy its new nested groups data here. And let's uncomment that one too. Now get nested using the DN. And we need user DN to be user.distinguished name instead. So there, gosh, the scrolling is really buggy. Member user distinguished name attribute CN. Yeah, that's okay. For entering con entries. Okay, let's give it a try. Nested group memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we actually have one new group, meaning I think it worked. I prefer this though, I think. Specified user and group whose passwords are not allowed to be cached on read-only domain controllers. The default list domain local group includes highly privileged accounts such as enterprise admin, domain admins that prevent their passwords from being stored. Meaning the members of this group are probably like enterprise admins or something, right? And that would be not a member, but a member here. Probably domain admins, maybe more. So that's interesting. I'm like, where am I? What do you see? So comparing to this one, where we just got star and listed the members. Member of happened to have that format. So let's print. Let's first try with con, because I'm curious. What will the con look like here? So we get this bit here. Let's con. And then we do dot entries. And this should give us a list containing all of these. So there's a CN and there's a DN. Oh no. That always messes up your history. So instead of CN, if we write DN here, let's actually do CN. Very cold. Hello, Ben. So I'm gonna call the pizza place actually. So we said we do every other week. There he closed the door, so it was on the phone the whole way in the car. So 1941. Yeah, I'm gonna call the pizzeria and see if they deliver now. Okay, no reply. So I'll try in a little bit. So let's fix this. So I was curious about this popping up here, even though we only asked for CN, right? So because we're not asking for anything but CN. So let's change this to star. And let's see what we got. Here's distinguished name. That's the one I wanted also. Hmm. Did I write in the wrong spot? No, it was because of the list, of course. That my entries list got long. Yeah. So so admin count. CNDS core propagation data description distinguished name group name instance type is critical system object true member name object category UID. Let's just hop down. Yeah, let's just copy distinguished name too because I don't think we need all of these for the group listing, right? Let's do undo, comma, distinguished name, and then we change the DN here, which I just got from the output, to distinguished name, and then we run it again, and let's see, invalid attribute type. Oh, there's an equal, of course. No, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, I typoed. So why? There. So attributes, is it CN comma distinguished name like that maybe? That might be the way. That looks more right. And then we change this one too. And let's see. So we only have one little fix because it works, and that's to remove the printing of the full con entries there. We don't need that anymore. We're getting the data we want. So we're getting both the pretty name and the full distinguished name. Right? Maybe I want this in parentheses instead of with a dash. Well, let's do parentheses and see what it looks like. There. I think it's easier to read. So the member of doesn't have any other stuff there because it's just a member of. This is a prettier search. We don't really need both, right? This is though the right. It's just adding one here too. So what I'm curious for is for an administrator on the box with RDP enabled. We'd have RDP in here too, I'm sure. But right now, we can always add stuff. So on this one, I think I did check for my history. Is this the same one? No, it's a previous box. So I don't want to test this with a privileged user. I want to run this with a low one. But right now I'm thinking I want to go administrator. And just give ourselves a few more permissions just to test the script. So it's not like this Emily can give herself more permissions, but administrator can. So, right. Also, it's we need the H for the hash. So I think we have the hash for the administrator just there in the notes. For the spikes. That's Eve's. Oh, that was a big hop for my computer hard drive started for getting the image that we already had up just a little bit ago. So, there it is. And I'm quite sure I run this. It's, oh, it must have been on the VM on Praxmax. Because it wasn't in history. No, it must have been here. Whatever. Let's hop to this. So, we don't need to cd anything. Oh, let's just go. I guess I should memorize all the commands, right? But I made nice little notes. So 80, partial admin. So I'm not gonna use the net commands. I'm gonna try remembering. Well, this is all the setup stuff, but disable user, find accounts, modify user. What's that? Oh, what do we reset password? Don't I have a simple thing like add to group here? So I do definitely have that in my other bit. The Windows PowerShell. So I need to fix that because it's not pretty to not find stuff. It will be a 2-second Google, but I want it to be in my notes, so that's why I'm checking my notes. So yeah, not there. So Windows. I didn't look at Windows. Group membership. What was this one for? All right, it's when we are, these are the previsks. Let's minimize that. Create user add groups. No, those are the net ones. Yeah. I guess I will just add it. And then I will find I already have it, and then I will be embarrassed for not finding it. But why not? Uh, I'm going to be so embarrassed when I already have it in here and I'm just blind. Well, get AD. So this is my script for setting up my AD. Right. Let's just Google it. So, PowerShell and user to add AD group member, and we have examples. Group members, and I'm assuming we don't need to do that. But it's a group member. Need to do all the easy ones. So let's actually search for this now in my notes, and we can go the online ones. I think I really need that food. I'm gonna try and check it out again. So we search this in my notes. It's like used several times. Yeah, is it in here? So why did this one pop up? I'm curious how it works now. If everything with add is found, because okay, so here it is all over the place where I was just having open, but there doesn't seem to be an actual. So here's where we enabled RDP because as a test on Cicada, because you have to enable more things to make it working. So here's the identity members. So this is the command. We can. This is a classic net group, which is cheating. I wanna have the others. 81's trying to. So where is it in here? Oh, that's just a log for box again. So tools and info is first before box is in this one. Yeah. Add 80 group member. Add 80 group member. Add 80 group member. Brain, remember? Add. Oops. Yeah, I'm hungry. And the net group is just an explanation what it does. Yeah, I need to go check other food options. Anyway, we could do this. This is kind of exactly what I was thinking of doing. As a test here. There. Yeah, and then we run the same script again. And now we can see we're in remote desktop users here too. Here, remote desktop users. I'm kind of thinking I want to see where this one comes from. But it could be several, of course, right? This is an interesting query that teaches me some new stuff. Remember? Yeah. There. Two. Got it working. Please tell me more about how the query works. Oh, the normal memberships was in this one. Yeah, and that's where it was buggy. And I showed it the solution. Yeah, yeah. Quasi works, not query. So we'll see if we can solve that one. Hej gubben! Jag har försökt ringa 2 gånger till pizzerian och det är inget svar. Så jag tänkte precis gå ut till er och prata lite om det. Ja, okej. Jag kommer om 2 sekunder. Ja. Yeah, I'll go there towards the chat. So I don't think this works, you know, but if it does, I don't know why I can't find my old stuff, old queries though. So let's actually check the notes here below this. I don't know if this is actually correct. Bad. Why didn't it default to that? Why that link? Oh, right. I recognize this. So we're in impacted now. Impacted land. Align impacted LDAP class definitions with LDAP 3. I have to go check on the meatballs. Well, that's not very warm, is it? Come on, meatballs. Oh. Getting some spaghetti for the kids. I think I'll be making spaghetti and meat sauce tomorrow. So it's annoying that it's so hard to find information about this. So if someone were to Google and find a great source, I would be very glad. So okay, the spaghetti for the kids. I had planned maybe I'd take some too, but it's actually out. People are starting to move. Don't know if you can hear them. So I'm thinking, let's see if we can read the code of Bloodhound. Stream to the source. Oh, what I want to like kind of copy the functionality of, but not really. Just bits of it, right? And if their code is open, we can read it. So how are they getting all the data? They're definitely not easy syncing with we user. So what queries are they making? How? And what packets are they sending? So that's what they're doing. So I ate a little cheese, drinking a little roasted toast, working a few meatballs. So quite more to grab. That's good. So I'm thinking, including the meatballs or Linus, vi skulle kunna ha lite grädde i köttbullarna, men det finns bara lite kvar, så då kan vi inte göra det en annan dag. Vad tycker du? Då kör vi det. Au! Du rullade stolen på min tå. Så. Vad säger du? Jag känner inte för att gå ut i regn. Annars så. Sen vill jag att du ska ta vattenställaren. Så jag måste springa ner till köttbullen nu. Vilken bäck. So we don't have that much cream left, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think these are done. Let's keep them going while we microwave spaghetti. Spaghetti. Spaghetti roll. Right. So, alright. You could actually have meatballs in a sandwich. That might be a good idea. So, let's see. Ooh, that's warm. So warm. Linus! Vill du ha lingonsylt eller ketchup eller så? Det finns inte bara den lavan där uppe också. Sätta ner en sån här i kylen för när de där tar slut. Det går åt fort. Jag hörde inte. Förut. Ja, jag satte den där nu. Den är tänkt när de där andra är slut. Few seconds. I'm microwaving a piece of bread. And because I think it will take too long time there. So I got myself 5 vegetables. Because that's probably enough for me. Yeah, there, bread. Yeah. 30 seconds microwave was kind of perfect. So, and I'm gonna split them in the middle so they don't just. Yeah, so I bought this fresh bread. And I have 2 of them. One of them I made slices and put in the freezer. So that's what I'm getting at. So hopefully it's not so tasteless. Just to repeat. Oh, meatballs almost want to. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Yummy. I want anything on that. So I suggested to my kid in the afternoon right one side so it's a bit sticky. And also it's kind of full. So if I carry all of this. It was also a strawberry. Let I go first. So, there. So I've got a sandwich with meatballs, and I got this. I guess that's dessert now. An empty plate for that. I was quite close to cleaning the room as first thing today. So let's get back to it. Yeah, right. I checked the link there. So this list is not. Look, add members. Yeah, this is not get data. Yeah, ChatGPT crap. I didn't read it. I'm not gonna read it now. I'm waiting to see. I won't send this until we tested all of them. By the way, let's actually see what I should copy. So here's a variable. We need that. So why add your parameters? This is crap. 3. This is not interesting at all. That's not a good way of finding out if it's an admin. Idiotic thing. Check what group memberships you have. You already see that if you check the group membership. That's the most basic thing to do. We don't even really need LDAP for that. Yeah, I saw the admin count there. We're not interested. Get domain object security info. This is what we want. And the security descriptor, but we need in the query to also have the details. It's not doing it correctly. But let's do the query and let it There's a fail, and we can tell it that you can't do this. So I'm like going backwards in time to what I tried long ago and that I know don't work, and that's annoying. Because where's my good one that worked a little better? Couldn't get all the things, but well, oh, I'm so surprised. It didn't work. So the administrator doesn't have any permissions on the domain. For this is not how you do it. You need to ask for the specific permissions. So if I had solved it totally, I wouldn't be asking it, right? So
Hashtag the Magicoid, 1.2.840.113556.1.4.1941. Hashtag this is LDAP underscore matching underscore rule underscore in underscore chain, it does recursive / transitive group membership search. Hashtag it follows nested group memberships through multiple levels.
get user DN first, and then when we have that, so I'm looking at what errors it made first. First time around, it used just the target user, what we wrote, instead of its distinguished name. And when it's a distinguished name instead, meaning here, cancer, it's this bit here. ESP32's name. Yeah, so it didn't actually explain it at all, it just gave me more code. I was telling it to explain this query, and it gives it again and says, this is LDAP machine ruling chain. This does require a recursive trusted group membership search. Two, I asked you to explain. We'll do more coding when I'm done with the food. Just repeated the code. So if you replace correct or working whatever with proper. Get domain object security descriptor. Yeah, and this is what doesn't work. Yeah, this doesn't work. Better. This is correct. So what is this then? Because it can't grab this as an attribute because it doesn't exist as an attribute. Now we can try it. I mean, if we use star, you know, we get all of the attributes. You need to do something special. I didn't tell you to avoid binary sec desker. It says you have to use that. I can only give you this much. It's doing the same. It's doing the same. Why can't I select? Buggy or what? There. to make it clear, this query never returns any data. Let's confirm that before we say send. So print. I can copy this. There. And confirming this is the same as before, so we don't need to really do that. We can just do this. But I wanted to paste it to make sure it actually was the same. It obviously was, right? Let's just show this. So let's see if it actually gets it. So now it's proper again. So I'm also thinking I want to like get something down here, you know? So then we'll hop over to ESP, which is right here, wanting to be played with both of them, both of the projects, with actual code this time. As in not just getting displays working and stuff, but actual network code. So there we're not stuck like this. But I would like to get this working first. It would be so nice. And I don't think we're halfway, are we, on the stream? Method 1. Try getting actual domain object using its well-known GUID. The domain object has a specific GUID format. It's doing a try again. I told it not to do tries. This is test code. We don't want to hide errors. We want to show errors. Very, very clearly, when we do tests. So, now let's leave it there. We want to show this is a fail by doing this. And this is also a fail, of course. I keep them in here just to remember all the buggy stuff, right? So we don't do the same thing again. And that might be the last thing. Let's run, yeah. So let's put the code in here. The annoying thing is that this is indented. Indented. So I'm opening code on local. So this is C++. I'm just gonna borrow this. Come on, I was in this file. I was just gonna paste and then it did that. So we're just gonna use this to unindent. There. So let's check it out. dn conser con server info hour, default naming context 0 is domain dn, and then we print the domain dn. Try to get the domain object with a security descriptor. This is annoying. Sorry, I don't want it like that. It's not readable. Oh, it's because of its comments. It did that, I guess. So it had get all objects at this level, right? Okay. Let's not spend time on formatting. Anti-security descriptor, object class name, base only search base object itself. Domain object search results. If this works, I'm amazed. I'm just gonna run it. And of course, there's no security descriptor found. So this also fails, right? Nothing different. And what we got was the normal domain DN that we've been using. So it's not doing anything useful at all, just crap. And I don't know why I expect anything else, but let's try method 2. So it's doing 50 dashes. I'm just doing 20. I didn't paste any code with that. Well, that's funny. I must have pasted code with that. I must have, sorry. For it to type exactly what I did, I didn't paste it. So I think it's even in my copy paste now, right? No, because I did that. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Oh, method 4. method 3. So there's not just 2. So 1, 2. Try the domain. Root is typically the naming context itself. Yes, it is. We already know that this is useless. Search, star, search base. I'll keep the trying to make it simple to copy the whole thing. And we're going to just replace this bit with this bit. Save and run. Key must be a string. Error in method 2, meaning I shouldn't have done that. I should have actually taken the time to remove it because we got crap, because we had a crap. So I'm just shift tabbing it 2 times in code and cutting. So obviously it's not suddenly C++, it's just that I want to get rid of the indents because Python cares. So now we'll hopefully get a better error message. So now we know that it's in line 92. The root DSE attribute here needs to be a string. So it was hid before. 92. We can do up. Did I save? After. It's not a string. I'm so tired of this. But this is it attempting to get what I actually want. So if I don't continue this exact chat now, I will never do it, right? So is it worth it? So I think it's easier to read the code here. The thing is that you can't ask for this as an attribute. Alternative, get security, descriptor via different methods. Object classes to try. So we'll loop through them. No, 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 no. We need to ask. Did I skip this bit before? Yeah, I think I'm done on this. So it's not actually Bloodhound that I want, it's a data grab bit. So
Fixerbot says,
and thank you for the follow.
New followers Sherpa. Less than 3.
Let's go back. Let's check Bloodhound Python. So I sent all these links to DeepSeek before, asking it for stuff. So it should have all this information. That's would have been good, but I gave up with AI. I said I'd give it 2 hours, right, when we were at like 1.5, and now we're at 4:20, and it didn't actually do anything. So it requires Bloodhound, but we'll go this way, seeing what functionality it is using. Right, so we want enumeration. Equals. Extended rights and property GUID mapping converted to binary, so we don't have to do this for every comparison. Yeah, so here it is, you know. Here are the things I want to know. So how much time does it take to get in here? I won't say that I'll never do AI again, but that's the feeling this second, right? And also this uses Bloodhound and Impacket. I don't mind using Impacket, but if we use Bloodhound, I would prefer not to. C-struct from there only. We'll see, we'll see. So, X writes GUID mapping. And these are the ones we want to find. Parse binary ACL. So let's go see where this one is used. For example, here I don't have the thingy on the side. Why? So this is nice to have here. So it's in 3 places. Oh, we've already been in here, I think. So when I search for this only, if enter type domain and hacks standard right ACA object extend GUID mapping. Relations append build relations SID. Yeah. So I think I've already done this. So here it's actually building the database, right? We don't care about the database. We don't care anything about that. We just want to know how did we get this data. And has extended right is also interesting. but entry type domain and has extended right ACA object. So maybe it's ACA object. So it is ACA object, ACA data mask has priv. Yeah, so they're not querying here. They have the base data and they can use it with masks. That's what I want. Thank you. That would be nice. So ACE object, the same as here. Can I like middle click that one? Of course I can't. That would be too nice. So I guess we duplicate tab. And oh, of course it doesn't hop to where I was. Those are the 3 ones. So now I want to hop to that. So we can see here the ACA object. We want to go back and see where does this come from. So here it's also an if ACE object, if, and here it makes another mask from the ACE object. Here we get the mask from ACE object, if ACE object, for ACE object in there. So SD DACL ACEs. So going through all the different ACEs in the SD.DACL. So where do we get SD? SD is here. Security descriptor bytes IO ACL. So ACL then, it is gotten its input into here. So SD, and then from there ACL. So ACL, where is this function? I guess I have to duplicate this again, because of course. Parse binary ACL. Yes, I know it's there. In this file, references, domains, memberships, computers. So how nice to middle click this. So here's the ACL. It was the third one, right? So domain, 80 utils get entry property domain object. 80 utils from utilspy. Get entry property domain object. Anti-security descriptor. There we have that too. So 80 utils get 80 property. and AD utils is part of Bloodhound AD utils. But I want that up still, because it's interesting more of it than just the first name. So AD utils get, and I can't just open it, of course. How many tabs does it want me to have manually opened? AD utils, get entry property, which is in file, utils, there is the definition. Was it? It was just, it doesn't say the details first. So we need the def. Static method, default known. So the main object and the security descriptor. That's easy to get. Domain and security descriptor. So we have to just read it. If not ACL. So I'm guessing that it's just a check to see that we have credentials when we do this. Or not. Simple wrapper that gets attribute from LDAP3 dictionary, converting empty values to default specified, primarily for output to JSON. This is what inputted to this one. Yeah, I was going backwards there for a bit. The ACL here is gotten from here, and that is parse binary ACL. Yeah, I'm missing one step here. Here's parse binary ACL, the call to it. So this is the ACL that it is analyzing and finding all the data in. And that must be what is returned. We can trace it backwards. We're interested in its return value now, not what it sent in. So if we go to the bottom of it, the value here, it's a very short one. There's no query in here or anything. Entry is a domain, prop is what we want to get. So entry is not nothing. If raw is an option, that is false as default, so that's false. What was it here though? Yeah, it is false. So value domain attributes the property, and the property is this anti-security descriptor. So attributes and then another square parenthesis with anti-security descriptor. Was it just a syntax error then? Because all the ones that I've done have, yeah, except if value is nothing, it is not try, then value except pass return value. So it is returning so I don't understand exactly how it means with the strings here. But this is the domain. I thought this would return the binary value or whatever, you know. But I guess this line might be the solution. Oh, that would be crazy. I would be so crazy. So let's test stuff. So where's the query? Yeah, this is not using the normal format. So let's do LDAP search. Yeah, let's just do a basic one. 8100 watt. It's still there.
VR
96.
Mechatronics says. Web link. Translated from Dutch.
2 seconds. I need to remember what I was doing. So let's history grab LDAP. And I want one with a query. Yeah, it is quite similar, right? Where did I have square parentheses though? So here's administrator, Olivia, and so let's use Olivia because it's the same, it's the right machine, and it's the wrong IP though. Was it 6? Yeah. So here's the basic user query LDAP. But now we want to query just the domain. Let's go up. I'll check it out VR. I'll just finish this first because I need to remember what I was doing kinda here. So we're closing up to something. Object class user object class person. But that's not what we want. We want the root one. I don't remember the name of it. It's unique. Oh gosh. There are a lot of them. Computer. So let's steal the thing here. That sounds bad, stealing, but what I mean is that is a code and that value. See if I can copy this line. And I can get it out here without cutting it. I'll pause soon. So it's also interesting to this if ACL, if continuing collect. Yeah, so it want to collect. That's just a setting for what to collect. Yeah, totally goody good. So domain object and to security descriptor self adds object type queued map. So what is adds object type queued mapped? Oh. Self is this class, of course. ADDC. ADDC. No, no extra A. Object type GUID. Obviously the text is in there, but that's not what I want. But we can click this and we can see stuff about it. Equals by domain by memberships. Yeah, these will show links. Alright, so we can see slightly what it's doing with it, but it's just showing a bit. So it's not a, if it's not a def, it's hard to see where like the origin of it is. So class spanning several things. I'm kind of thinking ADDC would be like a file or something. It's just so messy. Now let me unpack it. I went to the totally too far. What did another Bloodhound? And it's just Bloodhound, 80 enumeration lib. Let's just check what's in these. So we have in 80 authentication, computer domain, dump anti-LM, structures, trust, utils. Oh, and these got connected. Hi.
Cato says, hey ho. Translated from German.
I'm currently annoyed at annoying code. So I guess I'll just read everything. Can't read everything. It's a whole of Bloodhound. Is it? No, just Bloodhound Pie.
I guess I smell fire.
So 80 was this. Lib is just C-struct. Enumeration. Output worker, object resolver, memberships, domains, computer cycles. And I just wanted to know where self ADDC object type GUID map is. So how tough can that be to find?
Some pellets factory about 20 kilometers away burns for the last 12 hours.
Oh. This is better.
VR Mechatronics says, beef labeling supervision assignment tapped. Translated from German.
I'll click your link now, VR, because it will take forever otherwise, right? Oh. Is there purple? Is there purple? Okay, I'll accept these. No, there's no purple. Yeah. I'm not a pink person. I'm a purple person. Maybe orange, lime. There's lots of nice colors. This is better
Cato
pink.
says, I smell it for the last hour or so. Just googled it and now closed all windows. Also there is a thunderstorm out there now lol. VR Mechatronics says, I added black peak default.
Cool. So, can you show me what's on the way here? I'm quite curious. So let's see if there is purple. So I like black a lot. I have black clothes on, right? Even if it would be like a bit too purple if I had purple
Web link.
clothes. Black, yeah. Oh, this one actually had other colors here too. Blue, orange, yeah. Black is a good base. It's a very good. I was typing, right? Purple filament. There's lots. Good. Yeah, I'm very curious. I guess I will see in a week. In a week.
Web link.
Ooh, there's translucent ones. Cool. Yeah. What? It thinks it's bullying.
Translucent for light transparency.
Yeah. It didn't understand the word, or rather the spelling of the word. Cool. So imagine what we can build. Cool stuff. Is it time to hop off this? But I kind of wanna get somewhere first, and we just started digging here, and I felt I was close now. This one is from earlier, has extended right. So let's actually, why don't I paste all the steps, right? So impact it, that's just confusing because
Kato says, as we are talking about 3D printing, what's the best cheap printer? Or better, what's the cheapest good printer? Want one but I don't have 300 plus euro for one.
yeah, I don't know, but I think we have VR in chat, which has checked it out a lot now. So I have no idea. Well, we got a lot of links before. Yeah, these are also VR links.
Bamboo A1 Mini is too small for me. VR Mechatronics says. Kato, web link.
So here's,
This is for home use, one color.
yeah. Though they said under 300, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so it's tough stuff. I'm going to continue looking, but we can chat at the same time. I can multitask.
279 is below. Kato says. Yeah, that one costs 400.
Yeah, for me it says 398 and 50. Not 271. But it also doesn't deliver to me, so.
VR Mechatronics says. Open housing 1. Kato says. Same price but yeah.
There. Oh. There. 279. Yeah.
VR Mechatronics says.
That one's under 300.
Yes.
And it is 255, 255, 260. So. So this ACE object, that's what we're going for.
As you sleep is silent in housing parent.
Is you sleep in silent in housing print. I'm sorry, I don't get the words together to full meaning. Is it, do you mean that it's more quiet with the housing? Has extended right. let's open this. Oh, this is great. Great, great. And then we applicate it on the domain root, and then it's like more cool stuff in there.
If you print in the same room as you sleep, the case is quieter.
Yeah. And also dust protection, I guess. But I heard that people just put a cardboard box on there. The following diagram specifies access rights that can be assigned to or requested for an Active Directory object. The access mask in the ACE contains a combination of these values. So, I'm assuming this is just a... oh, it's actually scrolling. Right. So these GR, GV, GX, GA. So all of them are not in use. Oh, right to create shell objects. So if we hop to the one I closed, of course, right? Because why not? This is not the right one. No?
Cato says, VR mechatronics well, I don't want to sleep in the same room while printing. I even currently go as far as making a 100% dark bedroom. It somehow helps me with my pseudo sleepwalking.
Oh. I wonder if I could sleepwalk, as I have a loft bed with quite complex
VR
layout.
mechatronics says, if you print in a separate room, then 3 max, web link.
Oh yeah, and there's different versions here too. Okay.
Cato says, mic broken?
So my audio output hopped over to my speakers too. So now, but usually it says that it's running out of power, but sometimes it doesn't. So this time it just died without doing a blip. It always says blip at least.
Oh well.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess this might be broken. So that's why we're using. It's not actually broken. My Windows or my computer is possibly broken. That would be fun, by the way, to see what happens if I connect that to my VMs. So protocols, Windows Protocol, technical documentation, Active Directory, technical specification, security, LDAP security, authorization, access rights. So this is access rights. Then there's also control rights and validated rights. Rights and rights. So access rights. Yeah. Am I yawning because of this? So we can do this.
Checks if
And
the
I
access is
can-
sufficient to control the right with the given GUID. This can either be because we have the right ads_right_ds_control_access and the correct GUID is set in object type, or if we have the ads_right_ds_control_access right and the object type is empty, in which case we have all extended rights. This is documented in.
But regarding my pseudo sleepwalking, I sometimes dream about stuff falling down between the bed and the wall into the small gap. Since I have like no light at all, I don't count the small light on my charger because it's way too dim.
Okay. Yeah, so I have like by my face, I have like a holder going like this with my screen, and I can rotate it off my phone. And I also have my alarm in there and stuff, you know, for sleeping. And it's a quite bright light, even if you put your phone on the lowest light. So yeah, never thought of having any other light source by my bed. This doesn't require real.
Since then I have reduced it from between 5 to 7 nights a week to 1 to 2 a week.
Oh, so you want it totally dark, or you will wake up and do some sleepwalking? Is that it? I'm just gonna read this again. So this will be a binary Boolean answer. I mean, 1 or 0, true or false.
It's like I grab IRL where the thing is supposed to be, and while doing that I wake up.
Oh, okay. So you think something is falling, you grab it. You actually move your body, though you're sleeping. You're not supposed to, right? But you actually move. Is that it? So we have ACA object here and the bin right grid. So if this object contains this permission, if the access is sufficient to control the right with the given GUID, this one, either be because we have the right and the correct GUID is the same object type, or if we have adds right, ds control right, and the object type is empty. So all of this is contained in the ACE object then. Yeah,
Yeah,
ACI object
sleep
ACE
paralysis should
data.
keep me from doing that, but well.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah. What's interesting? The brain is funny. Yeah. The object type is empty, in which case we have all extended. So this is documented in, and then the link, which is very nice. If not ACA object, ACE data mask has priv. So I'm very curious about this. Want to know everything about this. I kind of wish this was like some language that would specify what type of object this was, right? Access mask.ads right to
I also had some
DS
time in my old
control.
apartment where shadows looked like something wants to grab me from behind the closet on the end of my bed.
My old apartment shadow looked like something wants to grab me. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like very nice waking up to. Also, dropping something could also be a negative thing, right? So you're like scared awake from stuff. Maybe I should be happy I don't remember what I dream. It worked. The middle mouse click. It's in the same file though. Class access mask. Yeah, things are kind of starting to actually work together. So access mask dots. And this one will be in the same place, I'm assuming here. Access. Gosh, I want to scroll this. I can't see.
Yeah. When turning on the lights I
There.
realized what I was seeing / thinking and can fall back asleep within 2 minutes or less.
Oh.
VR Mechatronics says. This one's original black, but coming 29th of September, that's why I added temporary eSIM brand, web link.
Okay. Yeah, about the sleep. So you're actually looking. You're sleeping, but your eyes are open and you're seeing something, and that gets into your dream, waking you up, so you can move in some way or something. I'm gonna click the link.
Kato says.
Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds tough. And I understand why you want it black then, so you can't see anything at all. I guess that would have been a great like security feature long ago, right? When we didn't have locks and doors and stuff. But now it's annoying. Hmm. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Ah, so many open tabs. So this one, access allowed object ACE. Within, yeah, that's the class. Access denied object ACE. Oh, and we had access mask just. So if we look at those again, has flag and has priv. So this is a deny flag that is checking for here. And this is, yeah, and if it's not denied, it's true. And if it is not allowed, it is false. And then also that it is if AC object, meaning both are there. It doesn't have a deny and it has the permission. No, it doesn't have the explicit privilege. Bin right queued. object type. Yeah, I don't understand that one. Oh, this is the second one that's in there. Okay, okay. So, has extended right. Has extended right.
Fixerbot says.
Thanks for the lurk de bez for me.
Yeah, thank you for lurking. Trying to get to the bottom of this. Parse binary ECL. Get entry property. Why is this one yellow? Because I searched for it. And this is the call, and this is the definition. And in this is where we had the check for that. This is where it actually builds the relation in the database for Bloodhound. So this is not interesting to us, but the case where this happens, here is a has extended right and with a mapping. And I want to scroll, but I can't. There. So if entry type is domain and has extended right ACA object, extract you and get changes in filtered set, and this is a mask which we could see. Can I middle click that? Yes. Here are the values. String to bin. Oh, that's a nice function. Import string to bin. Bin to string. From where? In packet UUID. So Bloodhound uses in packet functionality there. Nice. So, one problem here. One problem it didn't work making. Oh, this is not new, right? So if we go to the Bloodhound Pi here again, and we check, this one says last week, right? I don't think I've ever run Bloodhound Pi. Did I ever run Bloodhound? So we could just use these functions. But we need to have the base. Because we don't want to save data. Yeah, we don't want to use them really. So am I too slow? So last week, 8 months ago, 7 years ago, but that's just mean 5. So lib was just C-threat, so impressive it's changed that recently. But these are both changed last week. Two years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah. So I was thinking of finishing the box we started the other day too. So we didn't actually do anything on it because uh, we just looked at the page and then we did other stuff, web page. And there was nothing obvious. We did a few Go Buster and stuff. But also I want to get to those, and I'm getting a bit tired, so I don't know which is the best to do. What? This is my own one? We can just close that. Close. Yeah, so this was just something. Yeah, didn't look at that either. Just what pops up. Soon. Hmm. I'm a little bit torn. Should we switch subject when I'm getting a little things? I don't want to forget this. That's the reason I'm thinking. But I kind of want to play with hardware too, even though it's coding. Uh, let's bring the whole thing together first. So object GUID map. Oh no, I did not mean to click, except for just making this active. I was thinking where this is actually made. Equals dict. So sounds like this might be the base of it. Yeah, dict. We found it, but it didn't tell us much. So let's actually search for this. In this. This is annoying. Get object type self. Yeah, 9 suddenly. Oh, is it more fun than me being annoyed at with AI? So I gave it 1,000,000 sources. So what if I just give it this one? So here we have this. Connected to a binary value. Converting the string to binary. And here is when I'm backtracking this function where this comes from. And then we go to where it's parse binary ACL is called instead. And it's here. So they don't care about the first value, only ACEs. And then we have the get entry property being called in where this ACL value comes in. That is later checked to this one. Oh, we have 2 of the same. And when it finds these to match with has extended right, that's when they save that connection in the Bloodhound database. Yeah, there's easier parts binary. All the tabs. I went the wrong direction. This is the actual line which is done. It just does the domain name, adds the text attributes, and then it puts the input value here, which is in the security descriptor. And this just seems so very. That's not the query. Is this the LDAP query? Is this not the LDAP query we did? We can always do 563, yes. We can have that. I'm kind of thinking let's try again. We can do ChatGPT this time. Let's switch it up. The code here seems interesting. I want to make a query to get the same info. Tips. Definition. Call. somewhere like here. Whoa, exactly the right one. So is it the right line though? Yeah, it is actually. Equals. I want to find users with 26. No, 36. Okay, changes in filtered sounds. Let's see if it can do more. You want to head up what Bloodhound does. So you can query for user groups that have the change get changed in filter sets, right? The one needed for easy seconds. Looking at the links, utilspy, Roland parties, series results, AC topics, domain spy, code new reference result, permissions, bills, log query for, and secure description posters. And equals spy bloodhound checks or application rights, comparing AC against known bits, yes. Forget changing UIDs. Yes, I know. Practical tips for the query. Query the entity descriptor on the domain object base EN. Yes. Maybe it's just base EN. Attributes, parse. So, will we trust this more when it has got code? HSE. Please give me a query. Yeah. So now we have the square parentheses here. That's what we didn't have before. It looked very similar and didn't know how to add the square parentheses. So I asked it this. If this works, I'm very happy. So the goal now is just to get the anti-security descriptor at all. Then when we have it, we can use all kinds of funny binary things, masks to find information in it. But if we've not managed to get it actually, so that's the problem. Okay, let's just copy this. Yeah, but that's not the attribute name just. If it fails again. I'm assuming it will fail, right? Especially when with the similarities. Where did I paste here? Yeah, let's just put let's put exit here. Don't care about what's above. Server connection all subtree. It has NTLM too. Let's put it in a separate file. Why not? So new, and I'm gonna have to. Oh, I just wanted to click at the top line. I need a quick bathroom break too. How many times do I have to copy the same thing? Where? Save as 2.py. And obviously, this annoys me. Let's do, what did we have? Let's open, well, we had one at the top here, right? Okay, I'll just put it in here. But I thought I already deleted. As basic as possible. I like that this in a basic example. That's what I want. So server connection bind. We don't do bind there. We have server and we have connection. Auto bind true. Okay, got it. And then bind request anti-security descriptor. Domain plus domain. I don't think this will do very well. But oopsie. Was this the right one? Yeah. So ch. What on earth did I call it? 2.py. Bind. So if it's a bind, that is problems. Why? Did I not type that correctly? F formatted string, that's how it does it here. And it's actually using domain. Yeah. So that's why it fails. I'll just put that in there. And you can't bind when it doesn't have anything. So no data. We don't get no data, which is normal. No data. And again, for like the millionth time of the stream, I'm gonna print con.trace, and it's going to be empty. Except for that. This doesn't work. We don't get the insecurity descriptor, but I have a thought though. Dasker. I need to go to the bathroom and also check on the family. Be right back. Let's do more stuff. So I'm like split a bit. So good night to one of my kids too. Split between should I follow this and actually finish it and find the way, or should I just send a message to the dude who's on this repo, right? Maybe get a hint, or just actually ask in forum or something. Maybe there's people who just, oh, it's this, right? So this is the dude. Because it seems so easy, but then we get some odd thing. Another ones. So let's just check LinkedIn. So I haven't actually used Bloodhound Pie. So, yeah, I thought so. Founder at Outside Security. So if we send a message to this mail, I'll probably get it too. My own company. I had talks at Black Hat and DEF CONs too. 3 years. The company. So when you have something that Google doesn't work with Google, so NT security descriptor, LDAP search, sure. Did my keyboard break too, or what? WTF? It's just everything is dead. Like my internet. So here, this is the dude. He has a YouTube too. Two videos. Oh, interesting stuff though. So I can't click here. Now. Buggy things. My computer is going to pieces. I had so many problems selecting text. Clicking enter today. It's not like I missed the enter key. Anti-security descriptor. KB probably related. To select the anti-security descriptor as a non-privileged account, you need to use the LDAP server SD flags unit server controlled with a value of 7. That indicates that you want all portions of the security descriptor minus the cycle. The default value, which includes the cycle, seems to be what causes attribute not to be returned. As most non-privileged accounts will not have access to the cycle, and because of this, AD seems to just return nothing. More details in this question answer. Created a new Java library for Windows and security descriptor management. Start reading from. Yeah, we're not doing Java, we're doing Python. ADSDDL. Not open source API. Oh, well, that's nice. This one exists. So TTS this one.
3.1.1.3.4.1.11 LDAP underscore server underscore SD underscore flags underscore OID. The LDAP underscore server underscore SD underscore flags underscore OID control is used with an LDAP search request to control the portion of a Windows security descriptor to retrieve. The DC returns only the specified portion of the security descriptors. It is also used with LDAP modify requests to control the portion of a Windows security descriptor to modify. The DC modifies only the specified portion of the security descriptor. When sending this control to the DC, the control value field is set to the Bur encoding of the following ASN.1 structure. SD flags request value : equals sequence. Flags integer. The flags value has the following format presented in big-endian byte order. X denotes unused bits that should be set to 0 by the client and that must be ignored by the server. Expand table. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 0, 1, X, 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 X,
Okay,
X,
okay.
X, 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 X,
The flag's value is
X,
a combination
S,
of 0
S,
or more
S,
bit flags
I,
from the following
D,
table.
S, I. Expand table. Bit flag name and value. Portion of security descriptor to retrieve /
I
update.
thought that was
Owner
images.
_ security _ information. OSI. 0x1. Owner identifier of the object. Group _ security _ information. GSI. 0x2. Primary group identifier. DACL _ security _ information. DSI. 0x4. Discretionary access control list. DACL of the object. SACL _ security _ information. SSI. 0x8. System access control list. SACL of the object. Specifying flags with no bit set, or not using the LDAP _ server _ SD _ flags _ OID control, is equivalent to setting flags to owner _ security _ information group _ security _ information DACL _ security _ information SACL
So
_ security _ information.
SSI,
Sending this control to the DC
that's
does
why
not
it's
cause the server to
7
include any
then.
controls in its response.
4, 5, 6,
Clarify the
7.
use of the
No
LDAP
8.
_ server _ SD _ flags _ OID control with respect to LDAP modify requests in the operating system specified by MSFT CVE 2021-42291, each with its related MSKB article download installed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't listen to that. Just one more. And then I'll have two hands again. That one was not as good. So maybe we found the why. Maybe we found the why it's been hard to find. Let's set the admin password. No purple stuff. I thought we had this up before, right? So what was I thinking? I was thinking we needed to reset the password for the administrator account to do this. Oh, I was blind. So we just run this. Copy. And we're already logged in as administrator. On this one here. So now we have password 123 exclamation mark instead as the password for the administrator. I'm kind of thinking this bit needs to be in the notes. So it's in my AD notes, but it's not a separate one. I'm just gonna copy the evil winner and come on to log in with a hash too. So there. So from administrator hash to administrator new password. So that's good to have easy accessible. I also sweeten my teeth. So, and why did I want the password? Because I want to run stuff in the script as an admin and debug. That's why. So if what I think now is the problem, then this should work with a simple adjust here. So username, so in the case that this is correct, we didn't actually do something wrong. We just didn't have permissions to do what we and ChatGPT and web pages thought would work. So let's go with Ethan, because Ethan is the one we want to know things about. I think I modified the wrong one, but that doesn't matter. Let's just run it. So now we're logging in with the username and password. No, we're not, because I copied it here, stupid me. Also, you saw what I did with the password, right? Let's save that. And then we're going to put those there. And let's just comment those. It would work the same, but it's not obvious. And then Ethan. That's 2. So what about 1? So line 125. So it's the stuff I pasted here is not as bad indents. Oh, I get it. This is just from Bloodhound code. So if we change this to be Benjamin, we get Benjamin's use groups there. But the other stuff, where's the exit? I put an exit here because I was gonna add stuff there. Of course it doesn't work. Fuck. Okay, we got the reason. And that was the first time I swore on stream. Well, it had to. So I've spent like 2 days with this, and the reason we didn't get the data I read all over the place is because we wasn't administrators. This is very helpful though, very helpful. So let's see what we have on 94. Mm. So as it is a execution problem, we'll go past the compilation thing or
VR
whatever it's
Mechatronics
called.
says. So today you went through the baptism of a programmer, fuck.
No, no. Just annoyingly buggy docs, I guess, and stuff, right? And it's still family friendly, I just made a mistake. Beep! Uh, let's see if these work now. Yeah. So, object user writes on nothing, no found, there. Uh, hmm. This is more data. Here we get it in binary format, which is nice. In fact, it had that binary to text. Which we obviously didn't need running this. Print entry I did. And this one. Just 2 lines. And then to security descriptor print entries. That too, or it won't work. Yeah, so that's what got the output. Meaning, if I remove my added line and just have, if it was ChatGPT's lines, 1 byte of data. Well, and then we have 2. Yeah, right. Let's make this prettier. And the auto bind is quite nice, right? So let's just make this, oh, 2 commas. We don't need 2 commas, do we? So then we can remove that line, though it is quite nice to have them separate too. And let's make this a formatted string containing the username. No, that's the domain. Domain. Username. Password. Formatted string. Bird wings. Yeah, why? Password. There. Poof. So now we just need to tell it that we just need bits of it, right? Bits of the anti-security descriptor. So we have permission to get it. Oh, double. Why double? Because entry for con entries. Yeah, sure. It's just one entry. Though, let's scroll up. Here. Okay, it's the root DSE attributes one. So, wrong copy. So within this one, if we find that, we find the one which pretty prints it. And this is where I had the print first. Source scope base. So that most of these actually work with administrator, or some of them work. It's just one match, right? Let's go through this again. This is just old. We have a working one now. So find objects where the user has rights. Let's put an exit here. Sorry if I'm redoing the same thing, because I want to make sure which ones were crap and which ones actually worked a little bit. user rights on nothing. And if we put, yeah, target user as administrator, we still have no user rights on, right? And as we actually have better things where we get some data, let's trash this one. There was stars and stuff in there too. Come on. Not being able to, I just deleted stuff. And not being able to scroll after deleting. It's definitely selected. I just deleted text. Why not be able to scroll with the mouse? It's just frustrating. Check if user has rights on the being object. This is syncing here. So let's see if this one worked at all. With an let's go there. If con entries. So no domain object rights found. Dot format user object said. Here's the domain DNS. That's what I was looking for before. This one also has it, because that's the object class. Anti-security. This is the one that worked right now, right? So let's delete this too. And there we have all the not as pretty data. And let's remove that. Let's hop to that, which is the next one. Remove the exit. And this one was messing too much with the domain. Domain DNS, object class name, distinguishment, source base. And the exit. Oh, yeah. So what works is my print. Its print doesn't work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wrote DSC after. So let's fix this. It's up here. This is where I print after. So it's not even getting here. So if we exit here, I think I know what it's doing, or what it thinks it wants. Could this be the thing? Or any string? So true. Which one was that? LDAP cap active directory oid. That doesn't say anything. Well, I just took one of the ones in the list.
Everyone I can know says. Hi, fixed it.
Hi, welcome in. So we're messing with Python, trying to get data from LDAP. And I was failing and failing and failing and failing and failing. And then I tried with administrator permission because I read something. And I've been failing for no reason because we couldn't get all the data apparently without admin permissions. And I don't see the open stuff here. So we'll have to find a way past that. But right now, let's just get some.
What you said sounded nice,
formatting
although
here.
I don't get anything. Crying face emoji.
Okay. Yeah, so we're trying to make a Python script. Yeah, as long that bit's you're with me, right? We're trying this on a Hack the Box virtual machine here that we have access to, and we have different. If we try and connect with the user Emily, we fail. If we try with the user administrator, it works. Or rather, Emily can ask, she just does get an empty reply. And that is annoying.
Oh, okay.
So this exact thing here, let's do Python 2. This is what we get with the administrator account. Lots of data. It's actually printed twice.
I guess best of luck.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay too. So I'll show you what it looks like if we're the normal user. So if we let's use Emily's login here instead. Commenting these lines. And we try it with Emily. We get nothing.
I am in this category to ask about PC build that I want to do.
Yeah, sure. Ask. I'll just go check my. I think someone's knocking on my door. Hello.
Yes, kan ju du en djur för det stället.
Okej, jag har inte den i. I did this software and game development today instead of science and technology. I usually do the other one on the game computer building stuff, you know. I'll be right back. Så gubben, rätt yoghurt. Love you. Take it back. Mm-hmm. So I'm back. So I wouldn't go to software and game though. I would go to science and technology for computer stuff. That's where I usually am. And I also have like tech or something questions, I think. And where can I see those? Yeah, tech help. Tech help, it says. So, let's make this better now. So first, we're gonna see one. So why did we suddenly get this? Because it's a loop in there. So this one I changed from root to DSE. So root DSE con entry 0. So I added this line here because this one wants a string. So instead of this, let's just print root DSE so we know what data we have, which is also the same as con entries, which I usually print. So let's just print con entries. It's just, why rename it? I don't like it. So it is 0. It's not just all of them. That's why. So no loop, just writing stuff. Oh, that's better. So here's where I start. This is always there. Configuration naming content. Configuration administrator HTTP. And this is where we're at, default naming context. DNS host name, domain controller functionality, DS service name, and TDS settings. Okay. LDAP service name, administrator HTTP colon DC dollar. Okay. So this is the computer right here, and the domain naming context, root domain naming context, schema naming context, server name, DC, and subschema. Yes, and nothing special there, but now we start getting supported capabilities, supported control, supported LDAP policies. So again, I'm going to switch back to being Emily and asking for this, because we don't see anything here yet. That's what we want. Because did we use the target? Don't think so. So we get the same, and this is not restricted. Make sure we save, and we run it. And this was 1 pi. Okay. So that means that this is not the data that we wanted. So let's just remove that. Now try to get the actual domain object. DN domain DNS. Okay, let's undo. Because it was more bits in there. So let's comment these instead. And let's print more, so we know where we are. This is so annoying. So bloop. What's a bloop? So now we query for anti-security descriptor object class name, distinguished name, domain object search return, the len entries, and then we have an exit. So yeah, here's the mar. No. And then we change the user to administrator again. And now we do this again. Now we have 1 byte there. Maybe I shouldn't print that. So no security descriptor to 1 bytes of data that we can get as binary. So Impact it had functionalities for this. So let's borrow what this was using. Let's see, one of the tabs here. I think I have it up somewhere what it was using. There. And here's a string to bin. We need bin to string then. So let's just put both in there. And I'm gonna borrow the list. And I have another paste file later. But let's just sing first here. Bin to string. Bin to string. Where am I? Where's the exit? I think I have more than one. Bin. Gosh. Stuff getting stuck on my toes. Underscore. To string. I can't scroll again until I click it once more, though I just typed in there. Ah, that was annoying. I'm just gonna fix it. Actually, that's the bytes. Yeah, that's not good. There, that's it. The right indent. And we're not going to use this code as it is, obviously. Yeah, let's just not be too complex here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. Let's just delete it all. Yeah, well, let's actually. I don't think it was finished. So it's just one descriptor. Yeah. And I thought that would be it always, but and yeah, so we kind of have a we have something. Let's bin to string this whole thing. It looks mostly binary, so that's why we have this thing. I missed the first character even. Then so if we look back at the binary stuff here. So isn't this more? Well, the hex stuff I would have said. This sounds like much more. Sounds like. Looks like much more. And it says it's B. That's why I said binary. I don't think this is. It's too pretty. Right, I just realized something. I need to change the query, right? So target user needs to be Ethan instead. There. Is this the same number? And it still says administrator here now. Yeah, definitely not fixed. But let's. I'm thinking of switching projects. I know I've been thinking of that since we were 4 hours in. Because I want to have time for other stuff too. And I feel we did get a little breakthrough there. But I'm still not happy with this. Let's hop back to Kali and use its last example to let's run this one. It's running as Emily, so we don't get any feedback. So if we were to use the same import here, and binary to string, which we already just copied. I was just looking. Don't ask me why. So let's do that. I don't think that works because it's the whole entry. Yeah. So we're not picking up the insecurity descriptor in there. Well, the key error. Yeah. So let's start with looking at the data. And we have this bit within the binary blob to there, but we're actually printing this too. So what are we actually printing before this? It is nothing. We're printing the full entry. And before I've been printing con entries here. Entry and con entries is what I did. I did print con entries. But we've also been grabbing other attributes. Earlier, here, we set user equals con entry 0. So, and this is how we get 0. And I'm just lazy. There's no SID in there. There's just anti-security descriptor. So now we're printing it twice, but one is with all the info. One is just that. But it still has its name. No, it doesn't. Here is where we can go into string, which would work the same here. It should work the same. But yeah, because the 0 should work the same as that. But it doesn't work. We get a list. So there's several. Okay. Where's my loop? I did a for Desker somewhere. For Desker. There. So making sure it has it. We could also have this in the loop. They commented. Yeah, I guess. There. Entry in con entries as attribute entry for desk in print, and then yeah, that works then, not this. And delete. Why? So we get the same thing. Which I don't know if I like. So let's see if we can make it do what I want. Yeah, then we have raw string as if it were a UID. Two main issues in your code. You need security descriptor control 80 won't return unless you send the. So now it actually is getting somewhere. This is interesting because I've been trying to make it do this. I was about to. We have it up here. Yeah. Right now you're just asking for the attribute, but the server trims it. It's not a UID string. Yeah. It's a binary window security. So you need to parse it within packets LDAP types module. So did we try this 1,000 times already? Right? Because I've tried so many things. So now it's not using the same thing over here as it mentions here. Yeah, it's using the administrator now. I'm annoyed. It changed my code, or change the code I sent it. Obviously I wanted these comments here, I wouldn't have had them there. And it removed them. Yeah, we can't stop now, can we? So from in packet import, and let's do nothing else. Cannot import because it doesn't exist. So obviously not the thing. Let's copy its script and make it a number 3 here. Guess it's about time to confuse myself with even more files that have names that don't mean anything. 3.py and come on, shmod must be close by. And then we do 3. So in line 22, we're back to the same errors. But I'm too tired. So I'm just gonna send that to this. And you know I didn't even read all the text, just skimmed it. I see what happened. My version of LDAP. Definitely not everybody's version or something like that. From LDAP 3 protocol, Microsoft import security descriptor quote. So why did it put it in here? It's just because it's not good. So you know that this is what we were doing too. We have it up like in one of these Microsoft. Yeah, I got the right one. There. Was this one? Alright, we were back to ChatGPT. So as it's the identical text, but there's a new comment, I thought it would be nice to copy both comments there as a more detailed comment. And then the concert is what it changed. So this is a new one. Must be a list of 3 tuples. So The only thing it changed was to put search base here in front of domain DN. That's the only difference. And I don't think that's what it was complaining about. On your system, try debugging that as TCTA actually is. Actually is. Yeah, because we're using the function there. Should look like this. Okay, let's print it. My version of LLab, because I have a very own version. The search method only accepts line 3. Instead of passing, it converted to a tuple. This is not converting at all. So the amount of data is lots. Well, we're not converting it, we're just putting the data there. So if it says control type somewhere in here, I can't see it. Component type, I see. Named type. Here's control type. LPI schema object. So all of this until here somewhere. Let's just try its code and see what it says. So we're gonna comment that. And we're gonna make this. And we're going to run this. And there's no SDCTL object. So it can have its error message. So I kinda want to abandon it, but let's give it a few more turns. Run the table names didn't line up. Let's straighten out. Here's a minimal working snippet for your script that builds a control correct. Bool. Is it that stupid? The error was that there's no such thing as SDCTRL object. So it's renaming the CTRL now and is scrubbing bits of that. Yeah, we can do that, but we don't have to rename it. Yeah. So we had a type, control type. But this within types. Yeah, I don't think it read it really. Yeah, it's just not good. I think it's time to make a switch, but I'm quite tired too, so I might actually not do much past midnight, and it's almost there. So no one's really. Let's see here. So I'm sure this is mega simple, and it annoys me that I haven't thought of it yet. A syntax mess, and I shouldn't use AI. I should never have even started because it's just so very annoying. So very annoying. And I don't want to fix that thing myself. Yeah, it's just AI stupid, you know. At least we have some more things. Let's close that. This is interesting. And yeah. I think I'll see if this TTS.
Selecting the AD&T security descriptor attribute as a non-admin. I'm working on SDDL/security descriptor parser for Active Directory ACLS/ACES. I'm nearly complete. Everything works fine when I connect to LDAP using an administrative account. However, when I try to query the NT security descriptor as a non-administrative account, it returns no values. The user account itself has rights to read the attribute. When I started to investigate this, I ran across the following LDAP server control. HTTP URL. The LDAP_server_SD_flags_oid control is used with an LDAP search request to control the portion of a Windows security descriptor to retrieve. The DC returns only the specified portion of the security descriptors. It is also used with LDAP add and modify requests to control the portion of a Windows security descriptor to modify. The DC modifies only the specified portion of the security descriptor. When sending this control to the DC, the control value field is set to the BER encoding of the following ASN.1 structure. SD flags request value : equals sequence. Flags integer. The flag's value has the following
I kind
format
of
presented
wish I
in big
was
endian
doing
byte
this
order.
in .NET,
X denotes unused bits that should be set to 0 by the client and that must be ignored by the
but
server.
it's Kali.
Specifying flags with no bits set, or not using the LDAP underscore server underscore SD underscore flags underscore OID control, is equivalent to setting flags to owner underscore security underscore information group underscore security underscore information DACL underscore security underscore information SACL underscore security underscore information. Sending this control to the DC does not cause the server to include any controls in its response. The last part of that statement from the docs does not appear to be correct, at least not when under the context of a non-administrative user. My question, how am I supposed to send this control to LDAP using the standard PHP LDAP library functions? I know I have to set the server controls, but I'm not sure how to encode the value. I have narrowed this down to the simplest possible example. $user equals user at example.local. $pass equals secret. $server equals dc1.example.local. $LDAP equals LDAP underscore connect, $server. LDAP underscore set underscore option, $LDAP, LDAP underscore opt underscore protocol underscore version, 3. LDAP underscore set underscore option, $LDAP, LDAP underscore opt underscore referrals, 0. LDAP underscore bind, $LDAP, $user, $pass. $control 1 equals array. OID equals 1.2.840.1135556.1.4.801. Is critical equals true. / how should this value be set? Value equals sprint, %C, %C, 48, 3, 2, 1, 15.
Here's the control.
LDAP underscore set underscore option, $LDAP, LDAP underscore opt underscore server underscore controls, array, $control 1. Echo failed to set server controls. $search user equals user. $dn equals DC equals example DC equals local. $filter equals, SAM account name equals $search user. $it equals array, and security descriptor. $SR equals LDAP underscore search, $LDAP, $dn.
Don't even know where it is. I'll upset option. So LDAP set options here is a function they're running. The issue appears to be that non-privileged AD user accounts will not have access to SACL of the security descriptor if we like flag that away. Send a control with a value. So we can set controls, and this is what we want to do. And their example is here. Only we are not using the same language. So they're saying it's an array. I guess this is like it's not really an array. It's an array of these pairs, right? So it's more like a dictionary. Python. I love set option. So where's that fused? There. I'm just gonna crazily send this over to, where is it? I didn't close it, I think, there. So, I'm like, which one was it? This one, right? So, let's tell it it's This is 8 years back. Well, it can detect whatever it is itself. It says it's PHP, so. A non-privileged user can't ask for a cycle bit, and so you only set the flags. Yeah, but how do we do this? In Python, all three is the same. You just need to pass a controller and raw tuple. Yes, see if you can do it now. Instead of messing with the things that are obviously not working. LDAP3, protocol controls. Okay, so it did actually add one. That's right. And then we have it's not adding the data. In PHP, it looked more like a dictionary. JSON data as it was named. So it's not. I'm like gonna kill my computer. As if it's its fault, you know? Why? Why not use the same kind of data? You just set 3 values. I don't get it. Why? Yeah, it's a language difference, but it's not using the same type. So look here, suddenly it did it. Ah. So three attempts to make it use another type, and the one that was wrong was the PHP 5, ChatGPT 5. Since it switched, it hasn't been able to do anything, right? And now when we got run out of the paid free bit, then it works again. And I can't. There's only one way to do that, right? It's to give it a lot of questions. And then after a bit, it will keep going back to that one. So it ran out and answered correctly. Not the first time. It's still not certain it works. It was just like such a odd thing. So here it's giving us just the 3 things again. Yeah. And this is the same as this. Yeah, really. Why not use the same kind of data? Exactly. Yeah, so I hate that it says exactly when it's actually saying, oh, sorry, right? Could you make a dictionary like PHP style for clarity, but you still have to convert it to tuple when calling? Why? I don't know for certain if it requires one of the or the other, but that 8-year-old example definitely worked, right? yeah, let's check, continue looking at these things. So I guess the only way to do this is to actually let's Google again. So Python nt security descriptor, right? Okay, that was useful. Let's just parse it. We need to get it first. We haven't managed to get it first. Modifying the Python. So how to read? That's Stack Overflow. Parsing. So let's check this one first. So let's see what this does. First, let's just check the date. 2 weeks. Since they changed something. Fix the type error. SecTools Windows LDAP. So is this intended to be run on Windows? Because if we have Windows, we don't need this. We can just do partial. Describe. But no example. Yeah, here. Version 1.2. So how many lines? It seems like half of it is comments. A tiny little script of 2,600 lines. At least it's in one file. And parse args I don't care a thing for. So I'm mostly thinking, what on earth was Microsoft thinking? So I don't think that this might not work. I wanted to click the copy button. So So I'm thinking this might be something for Windows. But if it is not, it might work. There. Let's check out these examples. So if we have working stuff, then we can read the code and get what we want from there. Yeah. It's also called describe IT and security example. Yeah, so what I want to do, so it has domain, user, authentication and connection. And it had this example, making me think that it is actually possible to connect to, right? So, and if I had read, yeah, this could have been PowerShell./2. So administrator. So this is actually similar to mine. I had to click to make it. We have password. Password 123. D. I'm assuming domain. No, distinguished name. Of what? Of the object to be described. Again. Can't scroll. Can't scroll. Okay. I was at the bottom. Annoyed at the bottom. I'm looking for queries with this, and this is obviously not the same. There's really no distinguished name. I don't know what to put there. Let's put it in the DCIP, which is actually at the top here, right? So this is so very nice to use Hackerbox for this. So let's see what it has. Oh, lab local. That means D was actually the domain. Let's keep the D in there, I guess. So D is administrator, just a little bit. Let's use it as user. So we don't have here. It worked. Should have run this in another window. Loading. I had shift and I arrowed down. It should work just as a page ups, page downs are working. Yeah, let's grab this old data. So we can search it. Or maybe we can use this to keep ChatGPT not going back to stupid mode. Even more stupid mode. Yeah, why not? So I found the right tab. Let's give it seriously. How hard can it be to find the right tab? I will say this is too long. I found a tool with Python code. Well, let's say that I won't say bad words right now. The question is, Can you find useful coding there? Also, we always wanted everything, but we need to tell
56 raiders from Irish John Games have joined. Fixerbot says,
Thank you very much for
Welcome
the
raiders.
raid. Welcome
Irish
in.
John Games brought 56 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
Kilted
Thank you,
Ninja
thank
says,
you.
Greetso slash. Irish John Games says,
Oh,
Avast ye scalawag. We wish to have a parley with ye captain or else we incurse ye to Davy Jones' locker. Irish Chart Irish Chveka. Namastegik says, Irish J Pride.
thank you very
Translated
much
from
for
Indonesian.
reading. Everybody, follow. Yes, I'm wrestling with ChatGPT and it can't understand what I'm wanna do. It's messy with trying to get data from Active Directory from Kali Linux. But then maybe we should switch projects. Maybe we should hop over now to some fun hardware stuff, right? Maybe I've been suffering enough for 7 hours.
Irish John Games says, Great stuff. Sorry I
Yeah.
must trade and run. Late for something.
Yeah, that's always what I do too. Good day or good night, or it's quite late, right? It's like midnight here. So have a great time. So I'm thinking, let's hop over to the hardware stuff because I've been fighting this horribleness for too long now. So I'm gonna do some cool ESP coding instead. So let's do this. This is an example. So we have touch calibration on the touch display and stuff. We can check out how to write text on the TFT, but then we're going to make network code, do network stuff too. So we'll see if I'm too tired. If my brain broke from all the fighting 80 crappy permissions. I'm actually gonna go grab the camera because it's downstairs and it's not there. So I'll just go grab the camera. And hopefully I'll wake up a bit too. The camera has to be a phone. So let's see. I'm like, which pocket of the bag did I put it in? I'll put this on the table instead of just leaving it. Right, so I have, when I go IRL streaming, I bring this one. Oh, it's in my car. No, it's there. It's there. Just gonna put the stuff back in the bag, so we don't have the whole kitchen table full of things. Let's see. Does this one have any power? Yes. Not much though. So this one goes up here. And I kind of had this plan, so the app should be up already. No? Let's see. Oh, I'm sure I started it though. Yeah. And I put everything on the side here. So we have soldering iron, cables and stuff. This is my stream control phone. This one needs charging, so I brought it down to up to, and then we have yeah, that's potentiometers in that box. So here is a ESP32 with an antenna, and I started with this one, but I couldn't get this display to work. And I was like, why? Why? What's wrong? And then I switched to that one, which looks identical, except for it doesn't have an antenna. And it works, so I'm thinking there might be hardware problems with that one. So we also have, from this connector, we have power for this one. So there's a little calculator here, which is in like a bad angle here. See, can you see the colors? Well, it's like we changed the colors here too. Okay, can't I? Yeah, I have to press harder. And it's not debounced either. Yeah, we can send that to the serial of the computer. So we have some stuff working here without doing much middle. So let's pull the desktop up there too. I'm using Platform IO here. So if we open the monitor. Come on.
Misadventuring Nostro says. Wait, making a Bloodhound tool? Noise.
Yeah, but I'm having big problems getting the really interesting data, like DC sync permissions and stuff from AD. It's annoying. I just found a Python tool that got lots of stuff called Describe Anti-Security Descriptor, but I don't think it got the
Fixerbot
data
says.
here either.
New follower misadventures in Astro. Less
Thank you
than
for the
3.
follow. Welcome in. Yeah, so I don't like having to first scan, then start Bloodhound, starting Neo4j, then it starts a browser. You have to go into the GUI and check, and the only thing you want is to know if the account you just got has certain permissions or what permissions it has, right? So that's what I was
Misadventuring
going
Nostro
for.
says. Right.
Yeah. So this box here, administrator on Hack the Box, it really got me thinking this, because we start with Olivia, we get an account for free, and you check out stuff. You don't really find much until you open Bloodhound and say, oh, generic all to Michael. And Michael, if we go the next image, has force change password on Benjamin. None of them have any groups or anything. That's the only thing. And then Benjamin is a member of share moderators. From there, we got password safe that we cracked and got 3 more users. And these users, these 3, one of them had generic right to Ethan. And then Ethan has get changes all, and get changes filter set. And the only way to do this box really is Bloodhound, right? I don't have any command line tools to find this information. I want to have a nice command line tool. And I'm fighting for to manage to get getting permissions. What groups a user is a member of. That's so quick. But this, yeah, and I've been fighting it now for 7 hours ish. Been making food for the kids and stuff too. So now the kids should be asleep. But I'm like tired. I'm tired. I need something different, and where we actually get progress. And I'm sure we'll do that here. I had a bit of tough stuff with this one too, as this one doesn't seem to work right with the display. So if I plug this one in, this one is just white. Why? Same pins, exact same components, everything. So let's see if we can send the message.
Sometimes good to take break when beating your head on a project.
Yeah. You kind of need it. So the reason it's not connecting is because it must be on the wrong serial here. So COM5. Why COM5? Do you know what you need for serial communication? A cable! Because it's not Bluetoothless, this is just serial. So we need to actually connect it so it gets the serial port. And then we need to restart the monitor. So this is fully white though. Which port? Still COM5. Let's check my platform IO. It says COM9 here. It should go for COM9, not COM5. Delete, upload, COM9. There, now we can send stuff. So as I have this, it shouldn't do anything else. But this is just the upload port, it's not the monitor port. I guess maybe there's a monitor port too. We have monitor speed and we have upload port, so we probably have a monitor port too. Quite new to this, really. Prodigal. Never clicked it before. Come on. Okay, let's just select the thing. Yeah, it opened, it just didn't hop to it. So this is text, and we can search for monitor. No port here. Well. Also, this is mega tiny. but speed and flags. So kind of want to put the Bluetooth, use the Bluetooth for this now instead. But then we need to connect via Bluetooth, and I kind of want Bluetooth or something else. Both likes hello world. 3 times it opened it. Of course. Sorry, here just had something in it for 8 hours. So, time to get started. So we have this up. We have the CPP file. I did changes. I changed the colors of the buttons, changed the text on the buttons. It's time to make our totally new, just hours program using this stuff. So I'm kind of thinking we will copy this, or should we just change it totally? So let's delete the comments. We need Arduino H. So this is, you're right. I kind of don't. So anyway, we have FSH, we have SPIH, and hardware specific library. Yeah, we don't need that if we don't have a TFT. This is the file name used to store the calibration data. You can change this. So, calibration file. Kind of obvious, right? Repeat cal. I've just been doing Python, so I almost made a Python comment. True for recalibration. There. What on earth the file is called, I don't really care. Keep and start position, key sizes and spacing. This is for the program specific, right? So this is nothing to do with what we're gonna do. Maybe we want to have lines, like menu lines. So center of key. Right, it had something called key. That was a bit interesting. Let's check this. What's in this one? We have key labels, and then it has, oh gosh, use serial port, yeah. Initialize TFT, and the rotation. So, the calibrate here, we'll have to like make our own. So that is first, then fill screen. Then this is specific, right? So we might want to fill the rect with TFT purple instead. Is there dark purple? There's no dark purple, there's only purple. Okay. Row number, display area. So obviously it's using the values set earlier. Display X, Y, here. So I fonts might be interesting to keep. These are just positions. Text size. Let's use a text size. Font size multiplier, it says too. So using 2 fonts to get nice numbers. So, and it doesn't even call them font text and font numbers. But this would probably, the bold one here, would probably be the numbers, I guess. We'll see. How long string it can do. Not interesting. Buffer for numbers. So what I'm thinking is, do I want this kind of string definitions? No, I don't think so. So some stuff is just good to have just to remember. I remember the files, right? We have a status line for messages. We might want a menu start or something instead. Create 15 keys for the pad. Yeah, these are I've changed, so it was actually fewer characters there before. So line saved for syntax. So I'm gonna save this one too. So now it's out of the way. Just in case we need something similar. Invoke the ESP button clause. Yeah, so this button clause here, this I want to see the definition of, because I think there was other things, but this is specific to button here, and we can only see that code. So I want to go to button H and see if there's something other here. There's a smooth font, a sprite, and a touch. There's nothing else then. What's sprite? Sprite and RAM, graphics that can be drawn. The sprite and rendered quickly. Also all these functions here. Frame buffer, set color depth, create lights. Draw pixel, draw sharp. Set window push color right color, get scroll rect. There, I'm thinking like draw line. Get rotation, not just set it, but actually get the rotation. That's for sprite, not for the display. So we can rotate stuff too, it seems, but maybe just the 4 directions. Push image, push sprite, draw car. So where are these? We could have gone to declaration. Is it doing stuff? Yeah. Let's close that. I don't think it's doing anything. So here's the definition. So so I'm just getting a little few commands. But let's just close it and go back here. I don't think we need buttons, but maybe buttons is what we kind of want, right? So this is buttons. We can just have buttons for our menu. We could have all the alternatives in this kind of menu listing for different menus. And then we could just show some of those. But what I really want to do now is to do just one thing that has to do with networking after I've checked the base. Oh my! So this is example code. I'll show you where the code is available. Over here, first you see only this, right? So you open the PIO, go to libs. This is just what I selected the ESP. This is not exactly what we have. They seem to work exactly the same. But then we have the TFT SPI, which is one of the includes. And in this, we have examples. We have examples for different things. We have a display size that we go into then and get examples, right? And I think it's 32240, and that we did the let's see what it is actually. Font keypad might be the one that we used. The keypad. Which had the touch in it too, which was nice because some are just graphical demos. Arc fill clock, clock digital custom fonts. We could do custom fonts too. So we can just copy the file and we can paste it down in our. By the way, let's actually close the user setups here because it's quite huge. So here's our main. If we just paste this file here, so we have another file, and we can rename this file, of course, to .txt, and this needs to be CPP, and it also needs to have include Arduino is the line we want to copy here to this one. So on the other one, I just put it on the top there. So let's see. Begin rotation 1 for this one. Change the other one, it was upside down. This will be on the side. It's drawing stuff. Set free font, draw string. Yeah, so demo fonts. Let's see if we can use this one. So I'm gonna connect this again. And it's so crazy simple. Oh my god, you're on the wrong screen, guys. You can tell me. You can tell me when you're on the wrong screen. That's nothing there. It's the old stuff. Oh, sorry. I've been showing you stuff in the here with the example codes for the resolution here. We grabbed one of these, copied the files over here to the source directory. I renamed it to CPP. Let's actually rename it to main too. Main CPP. So I renamed the old main to that. I've just been deleting some stuff. As this is a font demo, I felt that would be suitable to select a font to have our menu. Yeah. So the simple commands. What? Why? Well. We just Control Shift B for build. And this was a bit little space, right? So it's just building in release mode, linking, firmware elf. Success, took 18 seconds. Then we just do Control Alt U, and we use that upload COM port. So this one went white, and it's uploading data. And now we have something sideways here. So I don't know if you can see. Arbitron 32 with padding. I kinda need glasses for this tiny text. So first of all, let's make the cable here not be tied down, so we can get some more slack. So we made those the other day. I bought these connectors. Quite nice. So here, font demo. So there's a timer going. I want to change this program because it was a bit annoying. So let's fix the delays, right? It's too slow. We have a delay of 2 seconds until it goes into a countdown. I don't care about this countdown at all. So after the draw number, well, it's a good demo, I guess. But we don't want it to count to from 110 or even 5. And then let's put these on more than 2 seconds because I didn't have time to see them. So let's do 5 seconds. And there we have the demos too, right? And this one, and then it goes Orbitron 32, Orbitron 32. Here we use text background padding to overwrite the old text. Clear screen. set color. Yeah, so we're going to use these examples to know what code what we can tell it to do. So I'm just going to build that. It's hopping through the images again, or the modes. So this is the box it came with. I thought I'd build the thing in the little box. So it's still so I could reach it. So now we should be able to see this a bit better. Let's go full screen on that and actually preview it so I can see too. Open preview and that one. There. So Roboto 24, Orbitron. $32. 32 with padding. And then I changed that to 5. I don't like Yellowtail. Satisfy now. Roboto. It's quite thin. Orbitron is quite not very fun. So these are just a few, right? With padding. And then it goes back. That was cursive. So let's see if we had another font demo. Now we have that recorded on video too, in case I wanna like go back and check those fonts out. So did we have more examples with fonts? So if we, I think this is the one, yeah, because it's opened. Yeah. Arc fill, flow test, graphic test, 1. Melbrot, sounds kind of cool, right? The easiest way to do this is, of course, to just copy the file and just keep include line, paste it, save, build. And there was an error. Rainbow was not declared in the scope. Oh, I know what the problem is. So there's no prototypes for the functions in this, so we have to make them, which is quite quick. So the other one didn't have any functions then. So there's loops it up. It was just one. So let's just paste that, semicolon, and then we just, I guess I save that. So that should work. It's still going with the fonts here in the corner. There, and then we do the upload. Just Control-Alt-U to upload. I want to do the expressive way too. They have, guess they have their own IDE, do they? So it's metal rotting here. So I don't know if anything will happen with this, or if it just did it once. because I didn't read the code yet. So let's actually check out what we asked it to do here. So it's starting serial, random seed, read analog, front line init, set rotation, loop, while one, yield. For rainbow. I saw right now that it actually has data on the monitor. So I think it wrote the exact same thing here. We could give it another seed and see what happens. But I think it restarted there. So what I saw was that it had serial print line ls minus runtime. While one yield. What's this? Yeah, I should have gone to declaration. No? Okay, it's just slow. So it's showing the same image. I'm not gonna stay on that one anymore. I'm gonna actually go to next. So yield. So something else happened. Type definition. I just want to see the function where it's actually. But I don't care that much. We can Google it too. So ESP32 yield loop or yield. Yield means that you pass control to another task. Okay. So while one yield means constantly giving something else control. And there's nothing else running. So yeah. Let's let's find another example file. I just want to do one with graphics. So the display is not horrible. Pie chart, pong, print test. What's print test? So let's just copy. And, I don't really like the new thing there with it showing where you are, and it's both good and bad. It's good because you don't have to scroll up and check. It also takes much space if you're a lot of levels into the code. And I kind of like having nice big text. So let's build. see if it had any functions that I had to fix, but it looks very cold. Or cool. I think I'm tired. It looks very very short here. It's not a lot of code on this one. So what kind of demo is this? Hello world. Float binary hexadecimal. I implore thee, my phone thing, third rules. So, yeah, that first font there was kind of cool, like calculator fonts. So, let's check it out. First, TFT gray, set cursor, TFT white, TFT black, set text color, TFT set text size 1. Hello world. So 1 is a tiny little white bit there. And then we have set text font 7. And this is a size, and this is a font. Here's the color. So this is font 7, and it doesn't say a size. But the default text is a tiny white one then. So let's set this font size on this one too, because I need to know. So we can just use the default text size there to output data if we do a so uploading. So now we'll come back with a new look, and it might look the same, and it might not. Serial to come 9. So identical. I kind of thought that we set the text font size here. So what if we set this one now to 5 and we remove this line? So very nice when everything just works when you test it, right? Yes, the errors or problems will come when we do network stuff. So let's see. Yeah, so hello world is now giant, and we can see the first one there is giant too. So it didn't just affect this one, the text size was 1 here. It was just much bigger one. So let's do a 2 here, and actually let's undo, and then change this one to 2. And let's see, what else did we have? We had it's print lining the numbers. Let's do dot A, B, and let's do a letter that is not in the first bit. What? Oh, because it was printing a digit. So we'll have to put that to make that a string instead. Set the font color to be red with a black background. Set the font for, yeah, so let's put this one to 3 now then. And print line. There. I don't know why that was not there. It's commented. So font 7. Font 4. Font 2. Battery running out for the first time. That means I've been going for a little bit. But it used to be 4 hours between the switches. Well, this is the 3rd switch. And I was using it 2 hours before at least. So let's see. Build. And there's a delay. And we're on loop. So we'll reprint the same stuff. Well. I want to try out the non-Arduino one too. But let's just try anything networking first. So so this font with the digits doesn't have any letters. Yeah, and I can see the blinking that it's redoing it again after 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, several seconds, and blip. So I implore thee, this thing as text font 4. This is a little bit bigger, and then it changes to font 2, which is tinier. So you don't have to set the font. The green one is like menu. So font 2, size 1. That's probably a good menu size. Guess. No, it's font 4. Font 2 is the tiny one. The tiny green. The next line is deliberately made too long for display width to test automatic text wrapping. And it does it here. So there's a space before that. And don't is broken in the middle of the word. Okay. Prints formatting functions. Float number. Float 123.45. And it's got the blue font 4 again. So it's the same font as up here. And then it prints as binary. It makes it an int and then prints it binary. And it makes it int and prints it as hex. So 123 is 7B. And there's comment saying what I just said. So let's make some quick notes on this. So what's this? Oh, so did I put anything here? Not AD right now. We're gonna make like a hacking tool of this. That's the plan. That's the plan. Looking for hardware. 22 is hardware. Then we have some fonts. Fonts. So I'm just gonna grab bits here. What I liked was what? The green one. Green set text font far. So menu font there. My God, why lines in between? So then we have so the tiny green one is really, that's font 2. Let's make our own test. So set cursor in the top left corner of the display, select with 2, set font 2. Cursor will move to the next line automatically during printing with TFT print line. This is interesting. I'm gonna copy those lines to the font bit here. Oh gosh. There. Shift Control V. So now we're gonna make our own stuff here. So this one, I want text size 1 on everything. A color, I don't care which, that happened to be it. Now we can plot text on the screen using the print class. Set font color to be yellow. I'm going to change this totally. So it's going to say font 1. And we're going to set it to font 1 there. And then we're going to remove all the other stuff because we don't need more than this times several. We could make a loop, but how many fonts are there? 2, 3, 3. So we know there's 7, right? Because this was 7. And we also know that font 7 is only digits. So it'll have to do something like that. And font to be red with black background. I don't care. That's font 3. We already have that. Color to be green. Very green. There's probably dark green. Text line delivered too long. Good, we saw that worked. And we saw the floats, and we can have a long delay at the end. So let's just copy 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, I guess. 4, 4, 5, 5. Hello YouTube, I see you. Hearts, hearts. So we know there's 7. Will it bug out if we do 8? And let's start with this. So Control Alt B to build, Control Alt U to upload. And we can select what font is nice to have for menu better by actually showing them all with the same font size. So uploading. Oh gosh. So obviously it's not totally the same. What happened with 5? And 7 we knew, and 8. There's just digits for 6, 7, 8. But what about 5? We didn't get any output for 5. 8 obviously exists too. What about 9? Well, let's paste on there. So 9, does 9 exist? What about 10? And 5 was nothing. We didn't see any 5. So what if I comment these lines now? Will 6 not be indented, or will it not be visible at all? I'm thinking that what's happening is it's the font that has just black characters there, but we don't know. So Control S, Control Alt V, Control Alt, waiting. That's 20 seconds. Usually it's not that slow. 17 seconds almost. So let's see. It's doing it. So there. We can see that there's no. So if we were to put 7 to the same way, to font 7, it will just show the 7. And there's no 9 or 10 outputted, so. And we can see that font 1 and font 2, they're not the same size. Font 2 is bigger. So font 4 is like the menu. And that's what I put over here, right? So if I full screen this, and we put this up here, come on, and I want to print screen that. Print screen. So let's go grab an editor and paste that. And let's zoom into my preview. And let's grab that bit. I kind of want it all because it shows like the stuff around it too. There. Font size 1. And now we go over here, we set the font size 2. And we kind of know what will happen, right? Let's also set this one, 7, to have a font 7. There. Actually, let's do like, I'm thinking we could have a dash or something. So it would be nice to know if these fonts 6, 7, and 8, 9. It's just ignoring the higher ones, isn't it? So save. So I'm gonna try just upload because I keep seeing it building in release mode here, right? So I don't think I might not have to do build. Now we will know if there are dashes and if the text is huge, then we don't have to ever do Control-Alt-B. And that was true. So let's take another screenshot. So it's my ring light that's annoying. I could go lower down, yes. There. So let's go back here and paste. And there. Oh, this is good enough. Gosh. There was no new line. Font size 2. So font 2 here and font 4 here are quite similar size, but font 4 is much prettier. This one is made for a lower resolution. So when we want a bigger font, we really want to use font 4, right? So font 4 is okay even at size 2. And I'm thinking this is just a multiplier of the font. It's not actually anything else, like it was called up there in the code. Font size multiplier. So it is a set font. It has a number. And 8 is probably down here. So let's remove them all, except for 8. So just upload. And now I see what time it is here too. And I haven't eaten all the food I brought you. So the 8 works. For some reason it's very wide or high. Oh, I know, it's rotting. Font doesn't fit. This is font. There's no characters. -8. Yeah, that's why. So the reason it's black there is that's the reason. So I did TFT gray, but it didn't change the back to gray. And here we actually have all the colors. And other stuff too, but the colors among them. Let's actually get violet. Black. So how will this look? S U. S Control Alt U, I guess. So I'm getting used to not having to not F5ing. Oh, look. The first T is gone. Should have seen. That was so stupid. Wasting time. Because I pasted it in 2 places. Yeah, let's waste more time. Squigglies can go away now. So how does a violet background look? These are opposite direction. I should have seen. And for you, it looks like it's white, and this is purple. And it's kind of similar to gray, like a good background color. So let's see. Yeah, you can see. So imagine us putting lots of text in size in font 2. So we want to do font 2. And let's remove these because they don't work. And hello there. So this is better for checking what exists. So this is the main header file. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. This is great. We have all the things, colors, everything is in here. So easy, it will be easy to find the way back here. So you can see what is loading is font. Font 2 is loaded as if def load font 2. Load font 16. Yeah, of course, right? Arly must mean that there's, I don't know what they could stand for because these fonts don't have letters, right? What could they mean? Font 1 does not have all parameters. Font 2. So here we could also have seen that there are 8. Font datum. Numeration. Datum is date in Swedish. So that's confusing to me. Enumerate text plotting alignment. Colors. So purple, olive. And then we know there's violet to sky blue. Magenta cyan. Dark light green, dark light of some other colors. Green yellow. With all the other maroon and sky blue, could you think of something more fun than green yellow? Well. The full platform sprites. So there's a Wi-Fi library that we're gonna check out next. So we could do some kind of cool graphics later, but let's just put some text for now. But this is a nice list. There's also drawstring. But print works. So here's the text size, text color, and this one has color and the foreground background color. So we can just do one and just put the color. We don't have to put background if it's not special. That's good. Then we have set text wrap. Okay. Set text datum. I don't get the word datum. Yeah, set free font. Set text font. What's a free font? So I saw there's a demo for those two. Text width and height. Okay. Decode UTF-8. Funds loaded. Spy right, legs apart. Low level read right. Right command, right data. So we can do SPI commands. Alpha. Yeah, we're closing up on the end here. So I don't think there was, what I was kind of thinking was if there was any other functions there. Don't allow. So it handles bigger and tinier ones. So 8 is set to 7. How come 9 and 10 was never even there? Should all have been 7. It was probably just not space enough. Though that's why I put only 8. But it kind of fills the screen now. Smooth font. Yeah, not now, I'm tired. Let's go back to main. And let's run this one. Because I want to see a menu. What will be the menu, right? Base test menu. So let's see. 36, 72. And there we have hello there. So it's a bit much at the edge, right? All the hello there's are out on the edge. That's not good. I did not change the set cursor. So what if we do 10 here? Let's put a 1 here. Yeah, I have to Control S first. That was a test. No? Is it my keys that don't work again? Control S. Control Alt U. Building in release mode. So we can fit more lines on here. Yeah, so the first one is indented. And we'd want to position them all. where we want them. Right? So imagine us doing the set cursor is related to the actual text writing here. And this one, we want 10. Let's, for fun, do 10, 10. And also, this one, we don't want the writing background, so we want it on top of each other, it's visible if we overwrite stuff. We could do this too, because why not? So, 130. So I don't have to keep lifting. So we can see how it's overrode it 10 pixels down. So we can have full control. The question is there a way to just scroll like 1 pixel? If there is. So let's let that one charge. So obviously 10 wasn't a good value. It was just a test to see if it actually worked. So I don't know what the height of this one is. So I'm kind of thinking 25. So what is the 2? I want to know. Oh gosh, it's the font. So all this time, we've been setting the font to 2. No complaints? Yeah, what's 1 overload? Goody good. So let's put this one a bit further down. Let's put this one at 39. And I'm just playing. So 25 again will be 55. Hello there. So we have a shorter distance than these have. So the normal wrap is more than 25. So this is my finger. So if I were to touch these without the pen, and not using rotary encoder that I'm thinking. The pen is this size, so not very big. So we could click these. This is also a reason why we want positions, and maybe why we'd want buttons. So I'm thinking we can probably set up touch zones, right? So let's check out that touch. Hey, H1. So let's just go to this or something. Yeah. Oh, here. I'm thinking where it was. Extensions. Touch. Get touch roll, convert roll, get touch. Calibrate touch, set touch. Legacy support. Wallet touch. And then the buttons. The buttons had touch areas and everything connected, right? Press release, just press, just released. Current state. So we could use the buttons, just put text on them and just not have them visible. No outline. No fail. I do want a rotary encoder, right? With a click. This one doesn't have click, this one does. Let's see. So you just scroll in one direction, scroll one up and down in the menu and click to select. You can have click back then too, to go back. If you needed to type something, then you could touch with pen and have a keyboard. Or you could like scroll up and down. That wouldn't be good for that. Let's see what else we can do. We can add the text now, right? So what if we put Wi-Fi? Let's see if I can remember. There was a platform IO way to add stuff. Libraries. Wi-Fi. Search, guess. ESP cam. I love that one. Yeah, I'm just thinking of the basic, already built-in Wi-Fi stuff in Arduino, so we probably don't need to add anything. I was just thinking, there's no nice examples in here, are there? Default. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one. So except for pile, we have include, we have live. There's nothing here. We have the pile, we have this specific library here, which is also quite visible here. Which is where we had it. So, so if we're thinking examples, let's do something basic. Actually, I do have Arduino Studio, and as we're using Arduino H, we're kind of using the same thing. We just have a prettier IDE, easier way to upload, better stuff. I don't think I'm going to go much longer. We'll see if someone starts streaming, maybe. Let's just have this up. Shy it started, it had sinus 2. So it's definitely Shyat's turn to be rated. But we don't have much people anymore. Let's check examples. So first of all, we want to select COM9 with not a cam. Let's do ESP32 search. Come on, is this all ESP32? It's so many. So the one we did before. Let's say. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Let's do this one. Dev kit. Any one of these then. This is the one. Maybe they choose it because it's first, but we can also do the expressive up UPC. Let's do that one as we already had done the other one and we knew it worked. And then we should have examples that are relevant. And that includes BLE and Bluetooth serial. And we can also do Wi-Fi. We can set up HP clients, keyboard, serial, NetBIOS. Just reading stuff. Oh, SD test. So we do have a SD card. Let's open that one. And yeah, I saw that. I was here right now. You don't destroy for what I'm doing, please. Servo knob sweep. Simple BOE. SPI. SPI multiple buses. Zapper. LOL. TFT. Arduino. Ticker update. USB. Let's go down to Wi-Fi now. What's Wi-Fi? Wire. Zigbee. So this one's not supposed to be able to do Zigbee, but obviously they are there. Simple Wi-Fi server, Wi-Fi access point. That's actually interesting. Let's open that one too, and let's not start looking in the menu until it's open because No reason to, right? And then we go examples, Wi-Fi. Client, client connect, enterprise events, static IP extender, multi-advanced scan async. Yeah, scan is what we want to do first. It's a very simple one. And instead of sending to serial, we want the output to go to the display. Here. So, wrong file. Oh, that's the old main CPP. Oh, let's. Did I do any changes? Maybe I did. So I'm gonna paste this below. So we'll have two loops. And the serial writes we want to be TFT print lines instead. So let's I want rotation 2. That's the right one. Wi-Fi, yeah, this STA. I don't know. I don't really care about serial, but if you need a debug, it's good to have it set up there. Station interface, it's not though. I had to mess with it before too. There's no such thing. Let's actually do this. Okay, so it ended it. I did not want that. I would have written it if I wanted it. I didn't want it. Again, of course. So, yeah, why did it squiggly? So, we have include these and nothing, and then we have include Wi-Fi. So it's just a lot of comments. So we have our fonts size and stuff. Set rotation. Let's also put these values. TFT violet. There, the background color, and then we want text color. And then we want, I don't think we need the set cursor, so it includes also the font size though, so now we know we don't need that. Let's just copy that. And I'm gonna skip the set cursor, so I'm just gonna let it roll. even though it's like outside of the screen on the first line of the H's. Anyway, let's remove that. Text color already there, but not these. And this to 0 because it will still end up in 0. So what I'm curious, why now? We didn't get this problem before, did we? Then we had a dark background. So if we swap these, then there will be bright text on black background and the edge, which is black, right? It won't be visible, but it's just a edge. I kind of like dark background anyway, right? No bright light mode. Yeah, so so this will not scroll. We don't have a nice output. It will just show the first things. You'll have to put a solid now. Yes. Okay. Är du uppe då?
What time is it?
2. Typ. Snart kanske. Jag vet inte.
Make sure that your glasses are shiny. You can see light.
Okay.
A line of light.
Okay.
Can you get water?
Jag vill att du ska göra det själv, Peppe. Gör det själv. Okej. Gör det. Tvätta händerna, hämta vatten, hämta yoghurt. Det blir bra. Men sen sover du. Okej? Gör en hugs. Ja, sådär. Goj. Jag ska göra klart en sak så ska jag sova sen också. Men varför hämtar du inte vatten själv? Okej. Så den är nästan. Yes. Okej, ta den där. Push. Ja, älskar dig. Det också. So, I'm thinking, is there some text system already there, you know, in these? We can build one but if there's already stuff in there, we don't want to use. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. Oh, so we have scan Wi-Fi. Yeah, we don't support 5G. So I'm putting a much bigger delay on this. And after that, I'm gonna clear the screen. There. So maybe I overdid it, and just doubling it is good. Let's do 30. It's still not a lot. But I know how long it could take to wait too, you know. So we don't need to set the color again. We just want to fill the screen to put it cleared. Then this will set the font too, right? So let's set that to 1. Let's actually explicitly do it.
FixerBot says.
New follower WinSing19. Less than 3.
Hi, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. So let's copy those lines too, and we'll do a few things here before it starts again. Text size 1. We would want it all the time. Set font 2, because I'm actually going to send the font to 1 in here after the initial stuff. So I don't care about scan start. Maybe scanning. So let's have 2 here. We can skip the font in here. And then we have scanning. Name Wi-Fi network. And we'll return the number of networks found. We can have that there still. And then we're going to change these to TFT instead. Or we double them. Yeah, let's double them. And here we set font 1, which is tiny, right? So to remember, this is when they're doubled. This is 1. So we have 4 actually, we thought as a menu size. Maybe it's 4 and 2 what we want really. Yeah, let's do 4 and 2. So that's why we had 2, 2. Yeah. And let's check this one. Should be saying one overload. And this one has only 2 because we're not setting the font. And text size to 1. And then we set font to 4. And then we set font to 2, not 22. And then this one should be, oh, I'm in the wrong place. Well, let's do this instead. Loop. I'm gonna delete lots of stuff here. Print line. So it's just running scan Wi-Fi in here, right? That's what I assumed. So let's just cut that, delete that and that, and put loop up here. And we don't have a, yeah, we didn't make a line for it. Would have complained. So I think I'm good with deleting all of this now. There. There, Wi-Fi, and there. So Arduino, TFT SPI, and then we have define grade.
Redder Velascott's Mary says, best followers on stream boo. Remove the space, add Zoo.
So we have TFT defined, then we have our setup, which actually serial prints. We're not going to put this on the TFT. And as I forgot the print command, it's TFT print line. Let's do hello. This was from the demo. So, gosh, I want to leave my hand there somewhere. So it still says hello there lots of times. I think it's enough to say scanning. Skinning. Scanning. And we can say, we don't have to say scan done, that's obvious. So we want to save lines for the display, but this we would want. No networks found. In case there was actually no networks there. And I'm in Python, so semicolon. Remember the semicolons. And here it prints the number and networks found. And I don't care. This line though. This is making it quite a nice line, but as the serial print and print F here, they're not very good. And the line is not ended until here. So if we want all of this data, I guess delay 10 before the next in the loop. Okay. So nah, let's just do it. I was like, let's write all of this and all of that. So first of all, this function, I need to know what alternatives we have. There's also print. So we can use print, and do we have some kind of formatted print? Printf. Yes. That should mean we can just switch them all out. Let's not make it tough, right? Let's just remove. We don't need to have it on serial too, do we? This should wrap. It will be horrible. We won't be able to see anything. We did the tiniest text. Maybe we should rotate screen for this. Maybe shouldn't be any big text. So they're all TFT except for like this one, and I'm kind of like the networks found too. The number of networks found. Let's just do it then. So let's do one, the tiniest. So did I typo? So at the end, we fill the screen with black. After 30 seconds, we set the cursor position, not the font. Text size 1, text font 2. We don't need to, we didn't change the text size. And so the cursor position at the top again. So it doesn't type outside of this. We don't want any lines or anything. The Wi-Fi scan delete free memory before the new one. So we want this here. This is a cleanup before the next one. So set text font 4. Oh, that's big. Let's do 2 now when we change the other one to 1, right? And as we have that at the top now, we don't need it here. This is just clearing the screen and putting the position at the start. That's logical. And I thought about this when I did it. Let's put this one here. So in case it doesn't pause and it takes time, then it has 30 seconds to do it. So why not? So very, very, very simple little script. Number of networks. Returns. There. Returns number of networks found. So we're not using that except for checking if it's 0. I didn't delete these though. I was planning to. So scanning is the only thing it will do. We can delete serial by this time because we're not using serial. So no serial, which is a good test. I didn't forget to replace one of them. It would have been red. So let's upload this. So much more complicated compilation now with all the different libraries. And a slower write too. Would have been done now for just a little text test. Scanning. There, so it doesn't take much of the display actually, but if we turn it around, it will look much prettier because it's wrapping. So we can see the networks, 4 networks found. And it doesn't have an antenna even this. So 75% charge. Let's turn that up. So we don't want it to be 2. We want it to be 1. Let's do that. Meaning sideways. I think I want this one to be the bottom, so we'll see if this is a top side or not. Yeah, it's the right direction. So it started the scan and it's finished it. So let's see there. 3 networks found this time. So it's still wrapping. So we have lots of extra space there that we should probably remove. Let's make it a bit prettier. And let's put that on charging again. So the camera is still on even though the screen is black. So let's see, we have So it is after the first bit. No. So this is the offset here. Two networks this time. Yeah, and also the header is also, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe. So I'm not sure about this. So percent minus. Yeah. This might be a perfect ChatGPT. It should be doing this in 2 microseconds. Yeah, finally. How nice. I want the text aligned to me removing 12 chars, 12 spaces from the header. This is a basic thing you could do. Your header has extra spaces that make alignment off. To fix and remove extra spaces and make a column 30. Ensures, yeah, I thought so. But what is 30, 30? Just the number 30 here. So why is it 2? So why the 2 30s? That's what I'm not sure of. The first one is the minimum width, and the other one is max. Got it. There. So we're actually changing this to 20 then. It didn't understand what I said, but that was maybe me not being clear. So let's check it out. So see, it's sticky. It can't really focus, right? Come on now. 100%. Booting, scanning. Just 2 networks. But we can see it all now. Right? So if there's long names, we'll get problems. Maybe we don't want a number even. Maybe we want a number. So now it's scanning again. So we got 3 ones this time. Guess which is mine. Yeah, so we really want the ones with the 10, alright? That's what we want. So I set it to 30 seconds. There. This direction we got 5. So that's a good first step. I'm kind of pleased that it's showing something and we're getting some network, even though I did order new ones with antenna. So it's on its way. We also have a rotary encoder button on its way. But that's the next step, maybe. Because adding more Wi-Fi stuff, we're gonna have to like try stuff, see what we can do, check the other tools codes. Come on. There should die. And I was kind of going for 2 a.m. and now it's past. So, and there I actually closed my light app, which is kind of good to have to close the lights down because it's bright lighting. So let's update. Oh well, I was gonna raid Shayat, so let's do it in a little bit. Right, the easiest thing I think is just clicking here, doing it right there, copying the name here. So need to mute. I could of course check this ones too. New robotic chat. That's good. Happy Friday. So I won't raid the second. I want to finish that first. But while I remember, I have it in the paste. Let's do that. So, did we have anything more to integrate into this? Let's call it. Let's make a function of it. Let's call it Wi-Fi scan loop, as it has a loop at the end there, or just Wi-Fi scan. Yeah, I kind of think so. That's good. What? What happened? I just pressed enter. Well, yeah, in this time, we kind of want these. Oh, that's already there. These to be available here too, right? And all of that goes here. And we need to make a prototype or it will not find it. So let's just copy. And also we need to paste the name of it here. There. And then here. Just that. So I think it worked anyway, though. Oh, I just made a function. I'm stupid. Should I test run it just to make sure it still works? That's probably smart, right? So we just run Wi-Fi scan. We don't have any menu, we don't have anything yet. But later there will be a menu to do different things. And I kind of want to put these in a line. Let's at least do this. It's so many lines for no reason at all. So the dashes are behind, or the pipes, I guess. So a little bit prettier. It almost actually fits on a page. Now exactly. So we can have the font set there. And nah, it didn't fit right because I had that too. Yeah, I kind of like having it split up a bit. We don't need to say scan down. That's obvious. That's just, it's actually saying serial there still. Yeah, I thought it would say, oh, it's not started, but it doesn't. And we also have serial here. So now we saved a few lines. So Wi-Fi scan. Let's do this. It'll be prettier. So this gun goes here. And that one goes there. Since this is where we check the value of n. They belong together, and we're almost, it's almost fitting. It's just a few lines. And it's quite okay text size. Number of networks found. Yeah, that's obvious, but no, it's better. It sounds prettier. And we can also do this, of course, right? Come on. Returns number of discovered networks. So nice to have an IDE for this, right? So I'm just curious if I'm going to hop over to doing it differently. So the ifs and the else and the starts and the parentheses, they're like I want. That's good. And for the function, it also has a little space like the others. So it looks similar. Nice. So Control S, Control Alt U. So we have to see that it still works after my editing the code. It's no fun starting next time not exactly remembering what I did. And it is visible here, right? So you can see it still runs, works. Also, we can see that the longest one here, it's a few. So unknown is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So unknown is not the longest. So now it should be running scanning and output. So now it's using the new code. To font 4, I kinda don't like the lines. I think I'll just remove them. I don't like them. They're not pretty in any way. So let's just do one there. And that's 2. That should work, right? I don't know why they didn't do that all over the place. I'm like confused here. Why? I'll do 2 for now. And then I'm going to just remove these. There. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So we can add actually like 1, 2, 3 and do 23 here and test this. So see what it looks like. Linking. Firmware Ralph. Serial port COM9. 50%. 100%. Success. Scanning. Found 3 networks. No ugly dashes. Much more readable. Much prettier. Though I see an obvious problem, I want a new line after my networks found. So let's just put a \n there. And I'll just do it again. Pretty is important. We could also have scanning and 3 networks found on the same line. I guess I want touch scroll for this. So the touch isn't very good. Just one character. One character difference. So, scanning. Obviously in purple, right? And then we have 3 networks found, blank line. Number SSID, RSSI, CH, channel, and then encryption. And it's extremely tiny, but if I use another bigger font, you can't see. Oh, we're in 10 hours! We're in 10 hours! Oopsie doopsie doo. So, I'm good with this Wi-Fi scan for now, because there'll have to be interactive stuff later. And the Wi-Fi scan delete might not be what we want to do later. But for now, let's put it at the end, because it belongs there. So, Later in the case, we want to use the data. So Wi-Fi is something that is started generally from Wi-Fi began here. That's that. So TFT is actually not following the standard, as serial and Wi-Fi both start with uppercase. TFT would be all uppercase though, so it would be like one of those annoying ones. So we want a new line there too. So all good. All done. I kind of think that's it for today. And we actually have a I guess we'll need to make a new one because this one is called 2.8 Touch Test Workspace. So we need to get started with an actual, make a new one. That is our ESP32 physical pen test tool. But a simple Wi-Fi scan and no antenna. Yeah, we can't do much. Actually, I want to check one thing more. I searched before. Right, we opened these two. So SD. It's not connected. Those pins are over here. So SD pins. Wi-Fi access point. So here's code to run it as an access point. And here we have the Wi-Fi scan that we used. So we can easily make it an access point too, with whatever SSID, password, whatever we want here, right? So if we want to fake an actual network though, so it will keep scanning now. So we've combined the TFT with this. That's a very, very basic thing. Then I might want to test the SD card, which is a much more complicated thing. Let's just close that one for now, as we don't even have the pins connected. The access point though, we could do this one too. Connect to it as a set the GPIO pin where you connected your test LED, or comment this line for the built-in lab. Okay. It does a lot of serial begin configure access point. It's not very long though. We can just copy this. So we have it up as there's no more except for the start one, which was a graphic test. So let's hop over here and do that, and let's put it in there. Oh, obviously there was a comment in here, so we'll have to move this one to behind it. There. Wi-Fi access point. I know creates a Wi-Fi access point that provides a web server on it. a web server on it, so we can like grab people's creds who try to log into it, kind of thing. We could do that. Point your web server to turn on the LED or to turn it off. So that's why it's so long, the code. Yeah, let's remove the bits we don't need. We already have Wi-Fi. Let's delete that. Set these to your desired grids. For one, yeah, that's kind of safe IP to select. So where's the IP? Yeah, this doesn't help, does it? Include errors. Network client. So I was gonna stop, right? Not continue. I just want to see if I could see more. And make it a little tinier. Look, so many comments. So I was just looking for the IP. Alright, 268. And nothing else because I didn't find it. Yeah, something is funny. So, print line my IP. Yeah, that's what will happen. That's what will happen. But not now. Let's do the little array that I prepared because it's still online. There, and let's just do an F5 on this. Try it's still on. Above him in the list. I don't think I was just a bit ago, was I? It's the one who's been streaming the craziest. Oh no. The craziest person. So we're gonna continue with both projects, both the 81 and this one. And I do have, for example, I searched for a deal. Someone's deal ESP32. We could just quickly, while 32 deal, right? So here, someone make a simple tool for just this functionality. And we can look at what they are doing and what libraries they are using. And check it out, you know? So, here's an I know. Yeah. Bye bye, everybody, and thank you for being here. Is that a fail or what?
Everybody, Fixit is
No, we can
another
hear.
Twitch streamer, another Twitch streamer who does cybersecurity content.
I didn't have it.
Here's a shout out for Fixit42.
So
Go and follow Fixit42.